September 2024. That document, which is a resolution document which tabled all the things that I've just outlined, is part of this pack and it is marked as Annexure E. DPWI delivered a report 8 days later from the date on which it was agreed that it will deliver, that is the 12th of August. So they delivered the report on the 20th. A copy thereof is also attached and marked Annexure F. 28 August, correspondences was sent by the Commission to the department, pointing out gaps in the report. These gaps were never addressed by the department. A copy of that correspondence is also attached and it's marked Annexure G for the purpose of record. And then, although a follow-up engagement was held on the 27th of September, as agreed in the previous meeting that there would be a follow-up, the engagement did not yield any much fruit, as there was no indication from DPWI as to how they are going to address the identified issues. Again, another agreement was struck on that meeting, that a virtual follow-up meeting would take place on the 7th of November. The commission will be assisted, or the commission as assisted by you, that is the DG, will invite the National Commissioner of SAPS and DCS and circulate a meeting link ahead of the meeting, which will circulate the link. But ahead of that meeting, there was also an expectation that SAPS and DCS would meet and develop a joint plan of action to address the challenges that were raised in the Commission's report, as well as responses from SAPS and DCS. You also, Mr. Mtagana, you agreed to initiate this engagement by 27th of September. A copy of this, what I've just outlined, is attached and marked by Annexure H. The engagement was supposed to be convened on the 7th of November 2024. It could not proceed as the Commission had not extended had not extended an invitation to the National Commissioner of SAPS and DCS. To this end, from our part as the Commission, we apologize. We sent a correspondence addressed on the 6th of November. However, in the correspondence, we requested that all parties avail themselves to convene another engagement. They must, we gave them updates to choose from. However, no party responded to the correspondence. That correspondence is marked as Annexure I. Given the non-responsiveness, which now we are on page 4, given the non-responsiveness and the fact that little progress had been made to address these issues of concern in the last 2 engagements, a decision was taken to escalate the matter to the protection unit mandate for further handling. Communication was addressed again to all the parties, informing them of this decision. That was done on the 11th of December 2024. A copy of that correspondence is marked as Annexure J and is part of the pack. Further monitoring, Commissioner, was done by the office for the financial year 2024 and 2025. The reports were sent or shared with SAPS and DCS for their responses. Fortunately, both of them responded. However, in their response, they were still pointing out that their challenges are as a result of DPWI. The copies of the reports are marked as Annexure K, Annexure L, Annexure M, and Annexure N, respectively. Now, the purpose of these proceedings, Commissioner, is to advance this investigation. Because it is apparent that the Commission can no longer solely rely on voluntary cooperation to resolve what systematic and potential unconstitutional conditions in these detention villages are in the Northwest. Given the above, the Commission wishes to institute proceedings against you, Mr. Mtagane, to obtain the outstanding responses, or to obtain the outstanding. Let me start afresh. Given the above, the Commission wishes to institute subpoena proceedings against you, Mr. Mtagane, to obtain responses to the outlined issues and to obtain time-bound plans addressing the identified various issues. What is expected of you then today, Mr. Mtagane, is that you respond to the monitoring reports as well as the responses from SAPS and DCS, which are attached and marked as Annexure A to D and Annexure K to N. You are further required to provide time-bound plan for addressing these infrastructural challenges at SAPS and DCS detention facilities that fall within your mandate to address as the department. You are also required to give further evidence or information that would be helpful to the investigation. And you are also required to produce articles and documents in your possession or in your custody, which are necessary for the committee, are necessary to this investigation. That will be it from my side. Very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nkonde, for that comprehensive background issues. Mr. Tarane, welcome. We will now proceed as indicated by Mr. Nkonde. You will be requested to then respond comprehensively to the issues that emanate from our monitoring reports. We assume that you will prepare a presentation as such. Before we proceed, as indicated earlier, we must then swear you in. Do you have any objections to taking the oath this morning, Mr. Nkonde? I think he
No, I don't have objections.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ntabane. Will you be the only one giving testimony this morning, or will any of your colleagues be taking the oath as well?
I've indicated about 5 officials who will be taking oath as well.
Thank you very much. If you may then all stand up, those who will be taking the oath.
There's Mr. Medical Admin, Mr. Basil Pashan, Mr. Cecilia Span, and then Martin Mokotu, and then the regional manager on us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ntabane. May I kindly request that your colleagues maybe move closer to you? maybe one can sit on that open seat and another can sit on the other side. The first time you spoke, Mr. Mtabane, your mic was audible, but the second time when you introduced the colleagues, it was off again. I'm going to request, we are live streaming and we depend on the microphone being on. It's on. I'm therefore going to request that each of the officials speak to the microphone to indicate their name, second, the department that they represent, as well as their position in the department. We can start from this side, DG, all the way to the end.
Commissioner, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
That's all right. I missed Mr. Samuels. I forgot to mention it. Sorry.
Not a problem. Mr. Samuels can also come next to you if we can be able to make some space for Mr. Samuels. Thank you very much. Then DG will start with Mr. Samuels and move all the way to the end. Mr. Samuels, your name, surname, the department that you represent, as well as your position in the department, please.
Commissioner, colleagues. My name is Richard Samuel. I'm from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. I am the Chief Director of Facilities Program.
If
Morning, Commissioners, colleagues. My name is Sibande. I'm from Public Works. I'm responsible for the entity called Property Management and Trading Entity.
Thank you very much, sir. If you can just repeat your position. We understand you are responsible for the unit, but if you
I'm the head of the unit.
thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Susan Dan. I'm Director General of Public Works and Infrastructure. Thank you.
Commissioner, my name is Patrick Kotu.
If let's use this microphone.
Thank you, Commissioner. The name is Patrick Kotu. From the Department of Public Works. I'm the Deputy Director General and responsible for construction management and looking after facilities management.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Amada Nematana, General Manager from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure Office. Commissioner and colleagues, my name is Pasi Haswani. I am the Chief Director responsible for key accounts management within the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Thank you.
Morning, Commissioner, colleagues. My name is Mary Karati, Director, Key Accounts Management, Department of Public Works and Office. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you. The DG has indicated none of you have an objection to taking the oath. Is that correct? If anyone objects, may you kindly raise your right hand. I assume that none of you object to taking the oath. In that case, would you all please raise your right hands? Do you swear that the testimony you will provide this morning will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, can you individually, from right to left, indicate to the microphone, so help me God.
So help me God.
To the microphone, please.
So help me God.
So help me God.
So help me God. So help me God.
So help me God.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, colleagues. You may be seated. You are duly sworn in. PTA, thank you once again. As Ben indicated earlier, we'll hand over to you to then respond to the issues raised. Thank you so much. Over to you, DG.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Again, I think let me extend our appreciation for being called to come and come today. I will actually do the overall response, which I think we can then, as and when it's necessary, Commissioner, when we have to expatiate, we will then allow colleagues through you, Chair, Commissioner, to do so. Yeah. Let me maybe go through my response as follows. TPWI agrees with the findings of the Human Rights Commission. Commissioner, in response to the Human Rights Commission's request for information and documents, I attached to my letter addressed to you, dated the 1st of September 2024, the following documents. 2.1 is DPWI SAPS portfolio overview and response, which was indicated as Annexure A in my response. I also attached DPWI DCS portfolio overview and response, which was attached as Annexure B. The third one was the DPWI regional office, which means Northwest, day-to-day response, which is annexed as C. A day-to-day maintenance guidelines, which is dated 18th of March 2019, which was annexed as Annexure D. The DPWI service level agreement dated 3rd of May 2024, annexed as Annexure E. And then DPWI SAPS service level agreement dated 23rd January 2012, annexed as Annexure F. The current dilapidated state of infrastructure, as well as the shortage of appropriate accommodation, must be understood, taking into consideration the foreign context into consideration. Out of approximately 43 client departments, 18 of those occupy the majority of state immovable assets totaling 56,414. The total number of immovable assets on the immovable asset register of the state exceeds 81,000. Maintenance backlog just on the 56,414 properties amounts to an enormous amount, more than 29 billion rand. The main reason for this huge maintenance backlog is the aging infrastructure, where many of the buildings were constructed as far back as 1915. We have an example of this. In the case, most of the facilities, the electrical, mechanical, building, civil, and mechanical infrastructure has exceeded their useful life spans. A typical example of what has been discovered during the facility condition assessments is that boilers were installed as far back as 1978. One should, however, not look and the boilers in isolation to the steam infrastructure associated with boilers, which is your calorifiers, your laundry equipment, your kitchen equipment, your factory, your farming operations, which require steam generation for the effective services to be rendered in those facilities. Most of this is now obsolete and will require investment by registering capital works projects. SEPS occupies 13,183 of the 56,414 buildings, with a maintenance backlog of 8.8 billion rand. Two of these buildings, with a maintenance backlog. The above context is very important, Commissioner, in order for the Human Rights Commission to be appraised of and to appreciate the fact that major infrastructure upgrades and or replacements is needed, and that such must be prioritized and funded by the clients, with all capital projects registered by SAPS and DCS annually in their user asset management plans in accordance with the GIAMA, which is the Government Immovable Asset Management Act 19 of 2007. How I wished National Treasury was part of this. It would have been made easy for all of us seated here. Chairperson, with regards to the repairs and renovations of infrastructure, TPWI does register projects which are funded from accommodation charges paid by both SAPS and DCS. However, such projects have to be identified by the clients, prioritized by the clients, and then registered accordingly and approved accordingly by the clients. To this end, and with particular reference to some of the shortcomings identified in your report, the relevant application has been made to the client and relevant planning units. It is, however, necessary to point out that since the inception of the accommodation charges model, DPWI has received less than half of the accommodation charges required to service the properties occupied by our clients nationally. Chairperson, I would like now to be specific and deal with some of the specific findings by the Human Rights Commission on the SAPS and DSS facilities, particularly in Northwest. For SAPS, there's a note to DG which will refer to the items highlighted in yellow and annexed. That was basically my correspondence. 6.1, measure out any very least extensive capital upgrade as well as new construction is required on the facility cited in the HRC report. In this regard, my department, user demand management, led by Mr. Khashwane, has written to SAPS and our internal planning unit, which is Real Estate Management Services, REMS, to prioritize and fund these projects. The letters were sent on the 11th of September 2024 and 16th September 2024, respectively. Out of the 20 SAPS facilities cited in the report, DPWI is responsible for 15. 2 are devolved, which is S to SAPS to do it themselves completely. SAPS for upkeep and under the devolution agreement between us. And then the other 2 are privately leased buildings, which have got private landlords who are responsible for the maintenance of those facilities. And there was 1 duplication, Chairperson. With regards to the planning process on the 15 such facilities, I attest to my letter dated on the 1st of September 2024, Annexure A, indicating the stages of various projects and even went as far as to provide project numbering in terms of our system called WCS, and we allocate numbers in respect of that in anticipation of the approved prioritization and funding of the same. The letter must also be read together with the above mentioned letters dated 11 September and 16 September 2024. The issues raised by the HRC are indeed very relevant and require urgent major upgrades and new construction for which prioritization and funding process must be expedited. Like I indicated, how I wish National Treasury was here. The latter is emphasized in light of the complex and lengthy process involved in the feasibility, conceptualization, sketch plans, designs, and documentation, procurement, and construction of infrastructure projects. The scope of work for various facilities can be summarized as follows. 1, construction of detention cells. There are at least 11 facilities that require detention cells to be constructed. Water supply and reticulation needs to be upgraded with modern filtration systems. Wastewater and associated civil infrastructure must be upgraded. Electrical wiring must be properly assessed. The old and corroded wiring must be replaced with the requisite COC issue, which is Certificate of Complete Compliance, as given by electrical teams. And research projects should be comprehensive to replace, repair the roof structure and covering to attend to the roof leaks, which can no longer be addressed through our day-to-day maintenance. The additional office accommodation required for subs, members, detectives, etc. means that a project can be registered and that the requisite town training, extensions to existing buildings, new buildings, and design is started. Upgrading of the standby electrical supply, addressing structural defects, which includes both visible cracks and those that you can't see. Construction of new perimeter fences, innovative solutions to water supply, other new construction as per HRC report, installation of security technology, the CCTV, the X-ray scanners and biometrics, etc., will by nature offer comprehensive construction contract and form part of the project scope. There are a number of facilities which are no longer fit for purpose, probably due to the increasing personnel, detainees, etc. And where the users have themselves indicated the need for new and or additional accommodation. Again, one needs to emphasize that projects must be prioritized, funded, and registered to plan to begin the planning process. On the side of DCS, the note DG to DG, in this case, National Commissioner, they can refer to Annexure B. Commissioner, with regards to the matters on DCS, I attached to the letter which I addressed to you dated the 1st of September 2024 again, which is Annexure B, which included detailed information on DCS projects executed by DPWI in the Northwest Province. I provided details of the capital projects implementation program and stated clearly that the client has not provided funding for these projects, including projects listed in your report. Since the capital works allocation is appropriated to the client, it will be irregular for DPWI to proceed with the execution of the works without the client's approval and confirmation of funds. Maybe to stress this point, Commissioner, myself and the Minister, we are finding ourselves litigated by contractors, consultants that have appointed on the basis that the clients will confirm budgets. Number of projects have been cancelled. Myself and the Minister are in court as we speak for more than 20 related such projects, which are a bit of a challenge. I also provided a planned maintenance implementation program for the projects in the Northwest Province. Much as the projects are registered and are in our system, I must acknowledge that expenditure on correctional centers, and particularly Royal Prison, is very low due to performance-related issues in the construction industry. In this regard, I tasked the responsible DDGs to ensure that project performance is improved. That is DDG Mokoto next to me. With regards to the Rustenburg Correctional Facility, repairs, renovations, and upgrading of buildings, including wet services and civil infrastructure. This project was completed in 2020, August 2020. I made the point earlier, Chair, about the aged infrastructure, that many buildings and critical components have not been replaced since the original date of construction, dating back several decades ago. The fact that almost all correctional centers are seriously overcrowded puts so much strain on the infrastructure, which is the buildings, your civil, your structural, mechanical, and electrical infrastructure, that the facilities can no longer cope and are at the point of total collapse. Notwithstanding, Chairperson, that there was a commitment by the government through a cabinet memo for correctional centers to rebuild new ones, which are about 6, and that has not seen any fruition going forward, meaning that overcrowding is still going to be with us going forward. Capital injection from national treasury and private sector funding is urgently required, Commissioner. In closing, I wish to state that we have spent millions of rands on a day-to-day maintenance, and that patchwork is no longer a sustainable option. In fact, the practice of not addressing the root of the problem by executing proper and regular repairs, renovations, preventative maintenance, and capital work is costing the state more money. Money spent on day-to-day maintenance, which is scheduled and unscheduled work for SAPS and ODCS, just for Northwest Province alone, over the MTF, has amounted to 280 million. Maybe to also, on a lighter note, Commissioner, which I think is critical for me to mention, I have adopted a strategy of personally visiting sites, prisons, and police stations, including other facilities. Just by way of an example, so that I can labor the point. Myself, the National Commissioner of Police, General Masimula, and also the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, General Mpanazi. We were taken to site after we had a meeting just to review issues that the Provincial Commissioner has. I agreed to go and visit the site. We all went there. It's actually one of the very important facilities for SAPS, which is the biggest pound in KwaZulu-Natal, based in a place called SP. On my arrival there, Commissioner, the pound had been closed, completely closed. The reason, there's no budget. On the spot, on site, in the presence of National Commissioner and the Professional Commissioner, Mr. Spander, the head of PMCE, and also my DDGs, including the regional manager for KZN, Mr. Vidarasi, I took a decision to say, while there's no money, we can't afford to flood police stations with stolen cars, which themselves become a crime scene, causing a problem out for SARC to continue to be unable to manage and control across all the police stations in the province, or let me just say in Etegwini, in the metro. I instructed our CFO to utilize internal resources and allow money or sort of give us money without even asking SAPS anything. Because what I said, Commissioner, was to say, if we can do this plan and show the National Commissioner of Police, because I must indicate our reputation is very bad. I mean, as a UDG who luckily have been a deputy commissioner for correctional services, I know exactly what this is all about. So what we did, we then apportioned a team of our own internal resources. But I must say that what has happened over time, Commissioner, the state capacity in public works has been eroded. Strategically so, by certain decisions made by those who were before us, meaning that the artisanry or the teams that actually used to work and support the state are no longer there. We solely rely on contractors. As you know, Commissioner, contractors, their aim, while it is to assist us, is to maximize their profits at all costs. So I think that particular facility, I must report to you, even though it's not part of this report, that in the few weeks to come, we'll be opening the pump. After fighting with our own internal processes, which are very difficult to manage, I also want to quote your words, Chair, that we are not here to blame each other, but we are actually here for the Commission to establish what the issues are and how they can help us. And maybe in my closing request is to say, myself, National Commissioner of Police, Jama Simula, National Commissioner of Correctional Services, Ntate Tobakala Sen, it is important that whatever that happens here and outside, we sit with Duncan, the DG of Treasury. That is where a lot of issues will be resolved. Because I just want to underline this one. Treasury has cut the budget for both departments. And in a sense, it becomes difficult for General Stole to plan and really propose and prioritize, let me put it that way. Same as Dr. Tobakale, when the budget is cut, it's very difficult to reprioritize because everything is urgent. As you know, Chief's report, supported by your report around the correctional centers, is no longer something that we can postpone. I must confirm that also I've indicated to my minister also to issue a joint cabinet report, because just to give an example, Commissioner, SAPS, DCS, and let me just say defense, they make over 50% of what public works is all about. So in other words, if they fail, for lack of a better way, the entire state is going to collapse. So I just wanted to end there, and then through you, Chairperson, if there will be anything that will be required to be expatiated on or added on, I think those who have actually taken oath will be able to assist me in respect of that. I thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Itaman, for your presentation. The PM was just reminding me that part of your presentation, the responses we have received, but the majority we don't, so it was difficult for us to follow. I've then been requested by the PM to request a brief recess so that we are able to just have access to that presentation, and thereafter we will come back. Is 10, 14 minutes? So colleagues, we'll take a 10-minute interval and we will be back at 10:43. Yes. Mr. 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 Conde will then just approach you to get a copy of the presentation. Thank you so much.
If you can. Hey, good. Dr. Bon, how are you? Did you? Good, I see you. How are you? I was delayed. I'm never late. It's difficult to work with colleagues that is not so good, but that we had a meeting. To get my bag.
There's nobody here. There's nobody. No, the place works.
Maybe one of those right at the
official office ngoba ngina desktop manje. Kumele senze through yona ama-emails. Ngona desktop office. Hold on it.
Listen to me like that. That process is not a big overnight process. It's a 3-year program. So when they must budget on what years. It's going to come to us.
And every time we have no, it was.
Yeah. Once you show me the promises, yes, I did see it. I sent it to my seller ready to just put it on the I've got I said, okay, I wanted to put on the DG there and just to check that through. I'll check the flow. I just wanted to put on the next day first, and then I'll check the flow.
It's just understanding. That's not. It says I understand what I'm human saying. Right. So which means yeah, I'm sure there's some time. Six kinds of things was the first realize. He relies on us as bridges. So why
somebody from our I agree that we must discuss
It's hard to order and steps already. That's just how it comes, because it's the request for the approval of people and then they list all positions. Yeah, I'll check the body count.
Dr. Boyton, you write for you. 100% full on.
Would provide any.
I don't know where it was. I'm walking around. If you're not actually what?
Colleagues? Thank you very much for your patience and apologies for the long interval. We were just trying to locate copies of the presentations. Thank you very much. We also formally excuse the National Commissioner for Correctional Services, who has to take a flight and therefore has to travel to Gauteng. He is formally excused with gratitude for his attendance. And during the break, the DG informed me that they would like to make some additions to the presentation led by Mr. Sibande, correct? Sibande, Mr. Sibande. So DG, before we then proceed to engage your presentation, we'll hand back over to you, and Mr. Sibande yourself can then speak to the additional items. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank once again for giving us an opportunity. Indeed, Commissioner, I wanted Mrs. Smart to, over and above all the things I've said in the report, just to also, as part of the record, to say that as a department, we are not throwing hands and saying, we don't know, we don't have money. What is the department doing, especially for things that we have done to the level where these matters is going to talk about, have since been presented to cabinet and in fact approved. So maybe to take the commission through that strategy, which I think will be indicating how we want to optimize state buildings road and optimization strategy that was approved by national government through its cabinet. Mrs. Banda, maybe if you can just take the commission through the aims and how far are we in terms of moving in respect of that. Thank you very much, Mrs. Banda.
Thank you, President and the colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity. The premise in which we have coined the strategy emanates from the very same challenges we are discussing today. And Chair, we also appreciate the acknowledgement that you have bestowed upon Public Works as the responsible department for these assets, which we acknowledge. And as the DGFs alluded earlier on to say, we are aware of our own internal issues and also our own internal challenges. However, the DG also clarified that it could have been better and help with the National Treasury having been part of the meeting. The reason for that is that two reasons. They are responsible for the fiscal regime of the country. And secondly, they've also endorsed our optimization strategy as a tool to mitigate the challenges that we face in the country in terms of our fiscal constraints. Chair, if I may just highlight to you, in 2015-2016 budget,
if you look at our financial statement then, which is published in the internet, you will then realize that our financial position as public works in terms of the cash flow receipts in that year, it was 17 billion, 2015-2016. This year alone is 18 billion rand. In financial terms, Chair, that is clearly an indicative of the value of our budget in real time. We operate in this budget of 2015-2016 in 25-26. Yeah. The second challenge that then we did an exercise, Chair, which is to extrapolate what could have been our real budget in nominal terms. It should be 28 billion by now. And that is an indicative Chair that says if we are running at an accumulated budget of a shortfall of around 14 billion. And if you look at the total asset backlogs in terms of our refurbishment and maintenance, the total value is around 29 billion at the details. If you look at how much we charge for our public leases, which is state properties, we are paid on average 25 rand per square meter. That's what we are paid in terms of our accommodation charges. It's not the fault of the department. It's not their responsibility to determine the amount of budget. It's made available in terms of the allocation of funds for the country and appropriated in terms of what is feasible per department. But on the other hand, Chair, with regard to our private leases, we are charged 120 rand on average per square meter. That's private leases. The total expenditure for private leases is around 6 billion rand. At the very same note, the total expenditure or budget for state leases is around 6.1 billion. And the square meterage for state leases is 2/3 of what we pay on the private leases. Yet the amount is the same. So these are the anomalies that we are dealing with at the level of public works. And it has caused a lot of friction between ourselves in that. And I've said even to General Secretary, no, it wasn't General Secretary, it was the DDG for Water Affairs in Durban when we were trying to address one of their challenges. I said, you cannot pay a rental for a shack and experience an estate experience, or expect an estate experience, or expect a grade A or grade B experience. If you pay a rate for a shack, you get a shack. So that is the fundamental basis of how we manage our asset portfolio. And that is what at times most of our clients don't understand, that you cannot push the envelope. We are operated a maximum. And therefore we came up with what we call a paradigm shift, that to look at what could be the best solution. Because if you are going to continue to blame each other, the resources are not enough. We do have a good relationship with these two departments, I must say. But the bottom line, it is the common denominator, is treasure. At the end of the day, the reduction in terms of budget allocation is adversely affected how we maintain our assets. And whenever there's a budget cut, everywhere, the last thing you can do when you allocate a budget is to look at how you can improve your assets. You firstly address your basis, the salaries, you address your operational costs. The last thing you look at is whether the office is leaking or not. And that has been the challenge that we face as a country generally. Chair, we we then came up with a program that we have proposed, and we've been running this program for the last 12 months. It's not an easy one. It's a very difficult one, Chair, because it deals with the shift of the mindset across the board. First, it says we need to look at what are our priorities. And then we have said functional accommodation is our priority. But how do we deal with the 29 billion backlog to modernize our facilities? Our facilities, as the teacher says, some of those were the students 1915. They are no longer relevant today in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of their performance. So we need to modernize it. SAPS, justice, correctional service, and it was to a large extent the defense force. These are our four biggest clients. In actual fact, they contribute almost 85% of our corporation budget. We have then proposed that we will come up with a model which is called public-private partnership, which then has got two deliverables. First, the deliverable is called the ROT, which is the refurbished operated transfer value. It looks at the existing infrastructure and then looks at how do you then determine the condition of those facilities. And then how do you then identify a strategic partner from the private sector to come and modernize this facility through a refurbishment. Then the private sector partner will then operate the facility in terms of facility management. And then over a period of time, we're looking at 15 to 20 years, then it's transferred back to the state. So what does it mean? The state does not have to provide capital outlay upfront. Instead of doing that, the state will then budget for OPEX. And then we have to look at trying to elevate the responsibility of Treasury to provide capital upfront, because it's very difficult here to really say, for example, with SAPS, they've got two big projects. I'm just making one example, which are the second vehicle, which is called the Build Operating Transfer. Build Operating Transfer, then you build from a green field, and then you operate the asset for a period of 20, 25 years, and then it's referred back to the state. For example, SAPS has got two big projects, the Cape Town Regional Office and the Forensic Lab in Durban. And both of them, they are looking at around 3 billion. And if you go to straight to trial, say, can you make 3 billion available in 2 years or in 3 years? That means other projects have to take a backseat. A lot of projects will take a backseat because Treasury then will be committed to those two projects alone. And therefore, we said, Treasury, what we'll do is to make it that 3 billion available so that we can stretch that amount and cover other agent areas. We'll then look at the P partnership. So it's going to be P project. So what we're looking at the ROT where we can identify pockets of assets that requires refurbishment and then package them into a P project. That will mean that those projects will be refurbished, operated and maintained. So operation of the project does not mean the normal operation or the function of it does not replace the function of the department. It only provides facility management, which is highly lacking. Why we do that is because we have realized that most of the facilities that we've delivered are state-of-the-art facilities. In the end, we've got to build them, but to build a building. But after 5 years, it's struggling now because now and again you must find a facility manager. Now and again you must go on an open tender. So it then begins to compromise the quality of the project. So you commit over 15 to 20 years on the ROT project, you commit over 20 to 25 years over the BOT program. Then that means that some of the department work, we have called a workshop for this coming Wednesday. We have to focus on two things, where we really need to move now. two things. One is to reduce the number of new greenfield projects. We have to reduce the number of greenfield projects because we cannot continue to register new projects while we can't maintain old projects. It doesn't make economical business sense. So it means now we need to reprioritize with the little money that we have to fill up all these assets in terms of a short-term solution. So our team will focus in terms of capital refurbishment for 3 to 4 years. That's starting the walls, filling up, the receding, and all of that. But the modernization program of all of our state facilities, because it requires significant capital investment, we'll have to then consider the BOT and ROT. So out of the workshop that we are having this coming Wednesday, we'll then require each department to give us their list of projects that they require serious capital investment and modernization, and also those that require build from scratch and operate and transfer. We have on our side already identified that we need to reduce the lease portfolio, the private lease portfolio, 6 billion rand, and it does not provide any mutual benefit. It means that it is the money that we transfer to the private sector, but it has no value even in the future or in any generations to come. It's money that goes down the drain from this. The value we generate is very short term. So that is why we want to replace that with the PPP, which means there's going to be mutual benefit and the transfer of risk in terms of the project to the private sector. That will also assist us, Chair, on many fronts. It will also ensure that projects are completed on time and on budget. It will also ensure that we reduce the contingency liabilities that we seem to be experiencing. As the DGF said, well, everywhere they are caught. Because projects get curtailed during the third phase. And then now the department has no money to proceed with the project. What happened to the amount of money that you spend on planning, the amount of money that we have spent on the feasibility, and in actual fact, Chair, one department alone, I don't want to mention the name, because it's not here, it's 500 million rand. That we have to put at the heart during the 3-stage process, which means that that money is gone. Unfortunately, public works have to take up the tab, because the plan department can only pay if the project is on construction stage. Hence, public works resources have diminished over a period of time. We commit consultants, and then departments later on will say, no, we don't have the money anymore. We know it's not the fault of the department. There are 2 reasons for that. Project planning and execution and budget planning and implementation, they are not aligned. That is what we've observed as well. SAPS will make the budget available for the next coming 2 years. We register the project today, but in the first 2 years, as we all know, certain laws and legislation, it's a phase where we deal with environmental issues. It's a stage where we deal with feasibility. On the 3rd year, when we want to start the project, that money is gone back to treasury, because it was allocated during first year and second year. And then again, you can't say to budget department, budget for us in 3 years' time for a project now. Because what happened here is that in 2007, there was a devolution framework that was approved, which says departments are responsible for the appropriation of budget. Not Department of Public Works. Departments, the budget from Treasury goes straight to the department. But the client department, as much as they do have a unit responsible for project or facilities, they are not their commanded to project management and facility management. That is Public Works' job. And therefore, the alignment of budgets, it always gets a snag along the way. Because what happened in Public Works and the issues that are inherent or issues that are somehow come across during the project implementation have got nothing to do with the client department. The client department will say, hey, I've got your money. Whether we are able to construct, whether the municipality has decided otherwise during the planning stage, the client department gets affected. because they've got the budget, they've got the responsibility to spend the money, but the function to execute lies with public works. So these are the dichotomies that we've experienced, Chair, over the period of time. That is why we are saying this model that we've proposed, especially for mega projects that has got high impact, we want to move away. We want to move away from the traditional project, traditional norm, and move into the triple P approach. And it will address those issues of budgetary shortfall, because the other problem that we've seen during the course of the budget, of the project, I'm sorry, you will see, and it's writing from there to say, please slow down on your project. We no longer have that cash flow. We've got those serious issues where the contractor is very good, they are pushing, but they are pushing ahead of the cash flow. So what happened now, we need to inform the contractor and say, look, don't proceed. There's no more money. What happened now, we have to carry cost on time. The guy has to put hold on some subcontractors, and it has an impact in terms of the budget, final cost. The other one, why we're moving to this project, is that public works over the period of time its capacity, the teacher said, has eroded, especially on technical front. And therefore, because of these issues and these challenges, we have eroded our capacity at our technical front. Our technicians have been reduced, and therefore it will be proper that we look at a viable solution to execute projects and within budget and within time, and also to make sure that we try to improve the turnaround the credibility of the state and moreover that of the department, and improve our relationship with that department. As I've said, Chair, I mean, some of us are stuck into our own ways of doing things. It's very difficult to change at times. So that is why we have to go through this process and through this route. And more especially, Chair, the trust deficit between public works and health departments is so huge. And we are really trying to rebuild it to such an extent that they buy into this. Because we don't want to do this alone as public works. We want to work with partnership with the health department as a partner. How does that happen, Chair? We have recently established the triple P bursary units. They will then develop the case study, business case, take it to the client. The client will then look at the business case and approve that they are okay with the business case, even before we execute. And then we'll take it to Treasury for Treasury to agree on the business case. And then we'll go to the market, because we want to commit whoever comes as a private partner to make sure that the Treasury and the client department have committed. Because once the work starts, there should be no major variations, because those are some of the issues that happen sometimes. That is, during the course of the project, there are variations. And those variations causes major delays on some of the project. So that, because if you see the private sector money, people in the private sector understand that they must execute on time. And also, if you look in terms of our portfolio, which is our own undertaking, is that the cost per square meter in terms of critical construction on average is around 40,000. I just did 5. Why? It's because of delays, inherent change. But if you go to the private sector and look at in the private sector, it's around 20,000. So it's half we pay. And recently we went to Brazil with the DG. We have also discovered that they do have structures, especially for police stations and for prisons, at running the cost of 6,000 rand per square meter. And these are solid projects which are environmentally also friendly. So we're looking into all these consortiums of interventions that we want to bring into the front. So we're not sitting back, Chair, and say, as public works, we are already getting all the blames that we absorb, but we're also coming up with solutions that will change the perspective and the manner in which we do our own business on a daily basis. So, Chair, that is the summary the DG requested that I give this presentation. I didn't want to give you the presentation because it will have taken double the amount of time I spent now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG and Mr. Swande. That was more comprehensive than we thought we would receive, and we would appreciate a written report to support the submission Did you want to make any additions, DG, before we then hand over to the team for questions?
Yeah, I think Mrs. Valley didn't mention that we've already advertised over 30 projects already in the media. All state-owned government buildings for the same program. I think it has closed, but basically the process of evaluating the particular matter, which means we've already started, so we're going to be identifying other facilities going forward. There's already started going to change.
Thank you very much, DG, for that update. That's most appreciated. We will also be following up very closely with the process. Colleagues, I would then like to hand over to the team to begin engagements with the presentations. The process we'll follow is that the colleagues from the Human Rights Commission will start off with the questions. We also then want to benefit from the presence of both subs as well as DSC. Then we will also invite them to submit questions where there may be any. I'll start with yourself, Mr. Conde, and after the Q&A. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. DG, after a couple of questions, and it's based on your presentation and the reports that you submit. Let me start with the first part. You indicated that you have 43 clients or client departments across the board. The question then is it a national clients, or are they related to the Northwest province? If it's national, can you then narrow the number down into Northwest, more so that the issues that we raise mainly are for the province, even though they may affect even the national project? Thank you very much. That's the first question.
Yeah, thank you very much for your chair. When we talk about 43 client departments, we're talking about the national footprint of national departments. That will also include chapter institutions as well, that we actually service in respect of our service. Maybe for the sake of Northwest, when we have to narrow down, I might indicate as follows, just for these departments that are here. Maybe with correctional services, there's only 15 sites, let me just say 14 to be straight. And then there's only one facility that is closed, which is the Brits, which is undergoing some challenges. I think I spoke to Mrs. Swana now to say we need to look at that. So there's 14 facilities for correctional services here. And then when it comes to police services, there's about 82 police stations. When I say police station, it could be police station facilities where you find that there's an office where not necessarily it's a police station, but you find that there are investigators, or let me just say, detectives. They could not be in a police station per se, they could be in a particular office somewhere doing the police work. So when I say 82 facilities, I literally mean the police stations, and including those other associated facilities for Northwest. It will go as far as that. But to name basically our clients, I would indicate to say to you that which is not delegated to provinces, which will be your basic education. It's got its own MSc for province, you don't get involved there. But you get involved when it comes to land exchange, when they need to build a school, etc. Because again, in terms of custodianship of land for the state on behalf of the president, only public works has got a particular custodianship as far as we are concerned. Also, the issue of health department, there's delegation to provinces for hospitals in respect of that. And then some other activities also around social development, agriculture, and all other related matters. You'll find that each province will always have 10 MECs. And those are actually activities that are delegated. Anything outside that is not delegated will be for the responsibility of public works. Wherein, for instance, a department were to do it themselves at the national level, the authority would have been sought again from our minister to that particular department to mention that, for instance, you have a newly constructed, let me just say, created entity called the one that looks after our borders is called BMA, Border Management Agency. Border Management Agency is the new agency that consolidates the activities at the border level that combines Home Affairs and everybody. But in terms of the work that they do, you'll find that some of the work that Public Works was doing would have then been taken to be done by border management agencies without taking the mandate of Public Works of owning the particular asset in respect of that. So I'm trying to just maybe answer you in that context. I might not necessarily have covered every client that in Northwest you have. For instance, I would assume Northwest, like any other province, every particular client we have should be represented in your province. In your province. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Let us narrow down the issues further, because today our purpose is for correctional services, and the SAPS, to be unfair with me to delve into the other facilities that are involved in which we have not really spoken to you about. Major General Asanam would want to know how his patients are going to be taken care of, I assume. But before we go to General Asanam, you mentioned something regarding the closure of Bright's prison. The reason why I'm taking you there, I see in your report, which you've marked Annex Shapi. But even in our text, I think the report is there. The reporting in the big pack that I gave you, there's a pack there. It's found in page 90. Are you there? Under Brett's prison, there's an amount of close to 2 million that is attached or allocated for repair and renovations. Are you there? It's number 6.
Yes.
And then so far you are saying the budget that is spent is 0. Or the expenditure is sitting at 0. It's page 90 on the ones that have the pack. Yes. With Brett's prison, there's somewhere in the region of close to 2 million, and then the expenditure is 0. Are you confirming that?
Yes.
Can you use the microphone so that the people who are following this?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yes. What would be the reason for this 0 expenditure?
Okay. Thank you very much. I think, as I've said, when I was making an example around Brett's, that is an old project that has been not getting attention. I just want to highlight, maybe we can give a detail if you need so. Maybe Commissioner, one of the other challenges we normally face as public works is okay, let me just answer you direct. The contract that was actually appointed has been terminated due to non-performance. That's why we're not spending money there. However, I just want to indicate the following, that Commissioner, as part of our being South African, taking a responsibility to encourage people to come and do work for the state, we have been trying by all means to utilize what is available before us. What is available before us is an institution called CID that grades contractors who do work on behalf of the state. And these contractors are graded from grade 1 to grade 9. When I say grade 9, it's one top notch, if I may put it that way. But what we then get faced up with is a situation, Chair, where we actually follow the process. We appoint a contractor that is said to be having capacity on the basis that they are grade 9 in terms of the CITB Act. But we do pick up in some of the instances that contractors tend to fail to execute projects, not because of any other reason except to say, in some instances, especially the previously disadvantaged companies, I would say they run into cash flow problems. They run into areas where they've subcontracted certain companies who are competent to specialize equipment. For instance, HVAC is a highly specialized. You bring a contractor to do that particular work, and the contractor find him or herself not being paid on time because there's some issues around the payment, or the budget has been cut for lack of a better way. And that then affects the performance of the contractor. Unfortunately, in terms of how we manage contracts, we will have contracted you on the basis that you're going to deliver the project. Now, our consultants or professional services, our PSPs, will then resolve to say, let's go to the contract. You are supposed to deliver the police station, you are not delivering, we are terminating you in respect of that. So we've got those challenges that are actually causing problems. I must indicate that part of the, although it might not be part of the response, just to actually empower the commission when they ask the question and they give a context, is to say that the minister just recently announced that CIDB will be going through a process, chairperson, of blacklisting contractors that we cannot use as a state. For instance, there's a company that would have worked here in Northwest. It performed so badly, but because he was friends with the newspaper manager, it didn't go to blacklisted to National Treasury database. And then Dr. Bodarian realizes that he's a good contractor. He employs the guy who performs so bad. We don't have that information. And unfortunately, that happens when he's already appointed him to actually suffer the same consequence that these people in Northwest. So these contractors, they get away with murder in that spirit. So I'm trying to say that the biggest problem for the state is also the issue of us. Let me just take an example. There's a technical person saying, I want to appoint this contractor because I know he's competent. I've got a track record. But I don't have an opportunity to say that sometimes when other contractor who I know is bad, but say DB for some reason, they still have got that great maintained. If I don't appoint them on the basis of what I feel or think it's wrong, in terms of when I do risk register or risk sort of assessment, you will be very shocked, Chair, that these guys, they take us to court. People are not performing, they take us to court and they win because of the way things are done and structured. So I'm just saying that the reason why then CIDB will also assist National Treasury on the construction industry to say, contractor A, Z are red flagged, so that we utilize that in terms of legislation to say you are red flagged until your red flag is blue, then we're gonna be able to utilize you. So for now, it's kind of those kind of things. You find that there's a lot of these projects that we have. Grade 9 contractors, these are not performing. And to be honest, I remember talking to Jarastro the other day, which I think is something like you said, it was to us from Gilead, although our client departments didn't. What happened is you find a chair, SAPS give us 100 million to construct a police station. The expectation is for the police station to be completed based on the 100 million. But because of these contractors that we keep on cancelling, sometimes the fifth contractor, fourth contractor, General Stoller would have given me now more than 100 billion. Because every time the contractors cancel, I go back to her to ask for money because I'm appointing another contractor to complete a particular project. So it becomes very also expensive for the clients to really keep on paying public works money for something that would have budgeted 100 million at that particular point in time. So I'm raising this chair so that at least the repercussions of our decisions, to a certain extent, does indicate there's a lot of work that needs to be done for the state, and also there's a lot of work that needs to be done when we do the selection. However, the limitations around this also becomes a court process, because I remember there's been quite a number of contractors we refuse to appoint. They take us to court, they win. We appeal, they win. We appeal to the next, they win. Sometimes appealing also is costly. We didn't budget to say this guy's gonna fail, and then state attorney said, no, let's just award this guy because of the prospects of us winning is not there. So I'm trying to say, Chair, there's a need for us to be able to get quality contractors. Notwithstanding, Chair, our responsibility, because there's always been this thing of saying black contractors are bad performers, that then actually tremble to an issue of discrimination. And sometimes it's not about that. It's about also the mindset. I used to make this example, Chair, because I think it's critically important. I've said this in many platforms to say, if you go around here in Northwest looking for a surgeon, the expectation is simple. You'll find a doctor who's got MPCHP with a license from the Health Professions Council to run a surgeon. Same as lawyers. If you want both an associate or incorporated, you'll find a lawyer. But when it comes to construction, Chair, even a lady who was a model here runs a construction company. She doesn't have a qualification, zero. Everybody runs a construction company. So those are all the issues, Chair, that I want us to also understand as we look into our environment. To a certain extent, we are going to, if I may, say that make it difficult for people to have construction companies by instituting things like saying, before you become a construction manager or construction company, we want you to be professional registered with SACPCMP, for instance. You must be registered with Excel, failing which we can't give you the authority. Not the same thing, we can't give you the authority. But you must also remember, Chair, there's also Competition Commission on the side. There's also CIPC, which is Company Intellectual Property Whatever Services, which registers companies. So they will tell you are wrong. You can't do it. So there are always these things that you try to manage, but they are not manageable. So I'm trying to say that in responding to that, we can give a detail, but the contractor that was given the work was actually terminated on that basis. But unless you want to add, technically, if that is allowed.
Yes, you can add, but can I request that we keep our answers short and sweet so that we will cover a lot of ground? Because if there's a long response, then we will end up leaving this hall around 6, 7 in the evening. Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you. I think just to add from what the DG has covered, the DG has covered everything. We've put in place a number of reforms around this particular issue. We've got a panel of contractors, which are graded contractors from grade 6 to 9. And the grade 9 and 8 have been awarded from that particular panel. And how it helps is that we're able to then, when we have a defaulted contractor, take from the panel and quickly restore services on the construction site. Secondly, I have weekly programs. One of them is looking at these stalled projects, and BRIDS is one of the projects in that list. I ensure that we track all the different activities so that we're able to get the project back online. We currently have a team which is finalizing the specifications. We are looking at the architectural work, electrical work, mechanical work, and we are then going to put it to this panel of contractors in July. They'll be done with the reports in July, the technical team, and we are planning to have a contractor awarded by mid-September. The exact date here is the 29th of August 2025 is the big award, and then the site handover is mid-September 2025. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a lot of questions that have come up from the explanation by Mr. Tabana, but let me not go there for now. I'm using perhaps as an example. When did you terminate the contract? When exactly the date that you terminated the contract?
The termination of the contractor is in 2022.
Thank you very much. From 2022 up until 2025, there was no appointment of anyone.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there was no appointment for a contractor. Along the time between then and now, we had a number of professionals that were part of the team that are no longer part of that team. So it meant that the work that the professional team had to do to resuscitate the project was then delayed to a point where I put in place an in-house team to supplement the external professional team, which is finalizing the specifications now for electrical, architectural, and mechanical work, and they will be done this month of July. That is what I am committing.
This figure of 2 billion was allocated in 2022. Today we are sitting in 2025. The previous two engagements, if not the first one, the departments, I would say SAPS and DCS, complained that monies were sent back to Treasury because they were not spent. I think what you are alluding to is exactly what is probably happened here. Am I wrong to read it in that particular fashion? To say that this money, which was supposed to have worked in press, 2022 up until today, or whichever time that you have put in, has not worked, and therefore it will go back to the treasury.
Through you, Chair, I think Mr. Asbande touched on this in his explanation. There is a misalignment between the budgeting and the readiness of the project. And we're trying to align those activities in a manner in which, when budgets are made available, they are made available to projects that are tender ready for them to be executed. In this case, the 2 billion rand was not utilized. As I've explained, the project was not tender ready for it to then receive money for a contractor to execute. It was not really.
A simple yes or no. Is the department still in possession of this money or it was sent back to treasury?
The money would be reprioritized. This budget for grids comes out of the repair and refurbishment budget, which is with the Department of Public Works. And we then conduct a number of reviews on the budget as the year progresses. And money will be reprioritized to projects that are more ready for that money to be utilized. In this year, which we are reporting, we spent 100% of the repair and refurbishment budget because it was reprioritized to projects that could spend the funding.
On that point, then I'm closing and moving on. DG, can you indicate how much money was sent back to treasury from 2003 up until today? Well, and let me say the last 2020, 2024, 2025.
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner. It will be difficult for the DG to answer the question. I think what I will tell you is that we can prepare through the CFO to give that information. It will be very difficult. 2003 to date, I can't tell you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Through you, I think I would, it would be important for us to request this type of report because in the first engagement, it was indicated and the clients, the clients were very furious to say simple issues that could be fixed are not fixed and money is sent back. That is why at times they withhold this. So I submit and request that such a report be made available.
Thank you, Mr. Nkonde. Before you move from this item, it's important for us to understand, AG. On the one hand, and we are using grids as an example here, but all of these 10 projects similarly apply. For interest's sake, let's use grids as an example. We are saying in the financial year 2022-2023, 2 million was allocated for this project. It wasn't used. The question Mr. Nkonde is asking is, what happened to the 2 million in 2022? In terms of the report we have here, this is a budget allocation for 2024-2025. So one can easily assume that either this money was carried over, which is highly unlikely, or an additional allocation of an extra 2 million was allocated. Now, these funds were not used. The question is, were these funds returned to Treasury or were they reprioritized? The DDG is informing us that 100% of the refurbishment budget was used in 2024-2025. And therefore, we are assuming that that 2 million, if it was allocated for the previous financial year, wasn't returned to Treasury, it was reprioritized. Now, what is of interest to us is that in terms of the report we are receiving, there's about 70 million that was allocated for projects in the previous financial year. Only 10 million or 14% was utilized. If we go according to the submission of the DDG, the other 60 million would have been reprioritized for unbudgeted, unfunded projects. Now that's a lot of money. And the question Mr. Nkonde is asking is, what happened to the 60 million? Was it returned to Treasury or was it reprioritized? We appreciate, DG, that you are saying you may want to maybe supplement this with the written report. But certainly we would expect the DG to have a sense of what happened to the 60 million. Even if a written report will follow. But there must be a sense given to us of whether the 60 million was reprioritized as per the DDG or if it was sent to Treasury. I thought I should just come in there to emphasize that the line of questioning. Thank you so much. Over to you, DG.
Commissioner, the detail is very minute, it's very deep for the DG to know some of the basic things like what time the office opens, etc. I don't know all those questions because I was thinking when I actually made people to the zone in, the questions will be at a level of indicating what our plans are. But I didn't want to involve project managers who are actually dealing with these things day to day. But through the chair, because she's got powers, I do have a project manager who can give a detail, but of that minute in terms of, because this is in Northwest and we've got 11 regions. So if I talk as a DG saying that what happens to 60 million, I've got about 12 DDGs that report to myself. So I need to be very careful how I respond to you around the plan. If the chair could allow the head of projects, I believe Mr. Kovasner, I'm not sure if he's still around, just to indicate on the press, because I think the questioning that is coming from the commissioner seems to want someone who's got a detailed information on the project, which will answer your questions much better, because I would actually be unfair to myself and the department, especially in this forum, to speculate. And through you, Chair, I don't know if you'd allow that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, DG. Is Mr. Kovas sworn in? He wasn't sworn in. Then, in the interest of time, we'll do it this way, DG. We'll ask Mr. Kovas to maybe just make a note to you while Mr. Gonde continues with his line of questioning, and then he will respond through yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Again, let's go to the issue that you are introducing today, DG. You are introducing treasury in the mix. If my memory serves me well, in the previous engagements, there was no mention of treasury because it would have benefited this forum again to have treasury to speak to the issues that you are raising today. The reason why the commission started looking at this project, it engaged the department, it engaged correctional services, it engaged SAPS and CHICS. Had it been, had it been that treasury was also introduced into the mix, they would have been brought in. So now, for our purposes, when did you realize as the department that most of our constraints are caused by treasury?
Maybe let me answer it this way. I'm not saying that constraints are caused by treasury. Maybe if you heard me well, just for correctional services, we've got 243 correctional centers in correctional services. The budget we have can only deal with 20 correctional services centers. In other words, the rest of the 220 is not covered in terms of budget. That is a general statement. Now, why I was introducing the issue of national treasury, it was on the basis that I've even said this in the portfolio committee, to my own chairperson of the portfolio committee. that Chair, you asked us as public works, how you gonna assist us to solve these problems that clients are complaining about. 43 of them. Can you request Treasury to be with us in the meeting so that these issues are managed properly? Why I was saying that is because there's nothing correctional services can do when 600 million is cut from the budget. There's nothing they can do, literally nothing. And why I'm raising that is because the way Treasury approached this thing of cutting budget goes as far as saying Dr. Boda would have given us a letter of allocation to public works of 1 billion rand. 3 months later, there's a letter from National Treasury to myself now, also to him to say you need to reduce the expenditure by 400 million from the money that has been given. Now, you must write a letter to us and say, based on the Treasury instruction note, whatever it is, we have to rearrange the budget that we've given you. Remember, there's something that Bato kept on saying. A project that is tender ready, it involves a number of things. There would have been consultants that planned these projects. There would have been environmental assessment that would have been done around that. Now, when that letter comes, it puts a stop in everything. Now, what that does is, when Dr. Porter would have given me the letter, already there's a contractor who's already putting his invoices. How do I pay that invoice? I can't pay it. So it becomes, that's why I wanted to indicate the importance of Treasury to say the extent to which we allocate and the extent to which you cut, it puts us in jail, myself and the minister, because we have committed monies upfront. When they have to actually happen, it becomes a challenge. So I just put them in that context, not necessarily to say to you directly that, if Treasury were to give us the money that we need today, we won't have problems. I'll be lying to you. Because I said to you, even if we have money, we appoint a contractor, but the contractor is a poor performer, which causes a problem. So there's multitude of things, but the bigger issue is adequate allocation that will make, for instance, the facilities, the correctional facilities, habitable, if I may put it, that's the right word I want to use, habitable, so that the inmates who are sitting there, they don't see their human rights being violated by the non-compliance of a correctional center. So that is basically what I'm trying to say. If those were to be dealt with by Treasury, at least somewhere along the way will be reaching some level of compliance in a particular way. Thank you, sir.
Okay, a follow-up to that question. Is there any evidence, documentary, that you can submit to the commission, or to this hearing, that as the DG, we wrote to Treasury and said, Treasury, your budget cuts are affecting us on 1, 2, 3. Can you please reconsider us as a special department, because we are taking care even of you, Treasury, your buildings that you are occupying, and especially prisons and police stations are critical to this. Is there any communication written at least that would say, please revise your decision on our part?
Yeah, I will provide it to the commission. I've got many correspondence to that effect. Myself and also from the minister to the minister.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Now, my last question on prisons. These 15 prisons that you are talking about in Annex Chapter of your public prison page 91, they are your buildings, right? The clients, which is DCS, is occupying your buildings. It's Annex B for your purpose on your file, but on the bigger pack, it's page 91. 90 years, sorry, 90 years. These are your clients. These are your buildings. That's the question.
Yeah, they are owned by the state, yes.
Others are zero budgeted for. There's no allocation of money. And what then leads you to, because there are certain findings by the commission in all some of these buildings. What is the thinking when you are saying, I'm leasing you my building, I'm giving you my building, but it doesn't have water, it is leaking. What then do you expect me as a AC to do if you are giving me a defective building? And you are saying, I have no money to fix this project. You must just hope. What do you expect?
Okay. Maybe let me answer it this way. The client who got a prison, he got it new. It was new when I gave it to them. Everybody's got, all these buildings were once new. I think when I quoted 1925, I don't know, it was 19 what I quoted earlier, that some of these facilities in 1950, you see, when these things were given and acquired by our clients, it would have been a particular period. Now, to keep buildings running in a manner that is sustainable and acceptable, they need to be maintained over time. And once at a particular point in time, they will need to be replaced completely because they will have actually failed to provide the service to which it was created to. So I would say to you that these prisons that are owned by the state is unable to afford, let me just put it that way, to keep up with the needs of maintaining these buildings in a manner that is world class and well standard because of budget issues. And why I'm saying this is because Treasury will allocate you money. Like I said to you earlier, there could be over 1,200 police stations we have in this country. But General Sitole has to prioritize all of them to be fair to every community member. But unfortunately, she can't do it because the resources are limited. If everything were equal, the state in this particular area, they have to come up with better methods or strategies to look at resolving these matters. I said initially in my opening report, the state capacity has been eroded over time, strategically so by those who were before us. They took decisions that currently me as a DG, I would have not agreed if I was still alive those times. I would have said, if I was a DG then, I can't let artisans to leave the state of the employment by the state. I can't let that happen and replace that by contractors. So I would prefer that we keep artisans. But when you go to our report, you realize that, particularly in Northwest, I don't know if the other, there's not even a single artisan in this province, as an example, because I've visited the region. They're using contractors. How I'm fixing the pound in Durban, I'm using my own resources, they still have some artisans. So the issue of building state capacity where we are bringing artisans back into the action. I'm happy, for instance, with correctional services, they already commissioner are using the inmates to support them in respect of what we've given them as a dedication. So why I'm saying this is that I don't want to be to appear that the state will say, we're giving you this facility, it's bad, we'll never do that. In other words, if it's not habitable, I think you know that there's a department called Department of Employment and Labor. They've been closing buildings across the country because they are not habitable for humans to work in those environments. And when they do so, they normally write a letter to us to say, fix X, fix that, fix this, fix this. And in fixing that, as public works, we normally write to clients and say, we need to fix the HVAC system. I'll make a simple example, Chair, so that you appreciate sometimes what is the constraint of the state. We said to client, Parliament, we need to change the HVAC system. It's no longer good in use. This is where ministers are sitting, their offices and everybody. The question is, how much do we need to do so? We said we need over 200 million. I don't know if I'm making sense. When we say we need 200 million to fix the entire HVAC system, not we change everything that is there. We need this money. But on the other side, the Minister of Corrections is complaining his office is hot, it's feeling hot, etc., etc. So to do it piecemeal for me will be very costly, like I was explaining Commissioner earlier, to say, to do things in piecemeal. Let's say I try to accommodate the Minister of Corrections and I buy a standing unit like say 36 BTU air conditioner. When I could fix the system for 200 million, it becomes expensive. So we find that the Parliament said, sorry, DG, we don't have that money. And that problem persists. So I'm saying that it's it will be very unfair of me or of public works to give a client the facility that is not working. But it will be fair for us to sort of commit to repair facilities. And I think it will be fair for us when we are given money to spend the money. When we are not spending, Commissioner, I think that is where we are wrong. That is where we need to fix, which I think with the team around the table, that is what we're actually trying to, even through you as a commission, to help us to deal with those issues. Thank you very much. Mr. You want to?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Can I return back to once, now that you've opened the microphone, let me switch it over, let's move it.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, DG. I think it's prudent for us just to understand the veracity of the issue that we're dealing with when it comes to the budget. And for no fault of DCS, if we're talking about DCS right now, the budget deficit is really serious. And you will find in the pack that you have in front of you, Commissioner, the schedule on accommodation charges. So we use what we call accommodation charges to execute maintenance work. And in the file that you see there, you will see that the amount of money received from correctional services for the past 5 years was 3.5 billion rand. But the expenditure incurred was 5.1 billion rand. For the last financial year, the deficit was 236 million rand. To that end, the DG and the Minister wrote to the Honourable Minister Dengwana, Honourable Minister of Finance, to indicate that the shortfall is really seriously impacting on expenditure on infrastructure. There is also a date when we communicated with Treasury many years ago, when accommodation charges started. So accommodation charges is where DCS or SAPS pay a rental per square meter, which the DG said is between 14 and 18 rand per square meter. At that stage, the money that we requested from National Treasury was 10 billion rand. But the only money that between the clients and National Treasury that they could provide to public works was 4.1 billion rand. But the important point to note is that none of the funding that represents planned maintenance, which comes from accommodation charges, was actually returned. But the DG indicated that he will provide you with supplementary information in that regard. I just wanted to clarify the issue about the under expenditure.
Okay, thank you very much. I will not go to the SAPS questions, my colleagues will cover that part, so because I'm taking substantial time. Just one, two aspects that I leave. The issue of budget cuts. You would agree with me that it is a recent issue. When did you get a letter to say that you must not spend so much in the latest years? I know that there was issues during the time of around 2010, 2009, but after that we became okay. And then recently there was this issue again. I think a year or two ago, departments were told that they must prioritize. When did you receive a letter to say you must cut your budget?
Okay, again, I think when you want a specific data, I'll provide when I provide information because these things come all the time. So,
Yes, you are audible.
yeah, these letters come all the time. So I think I will provide the extra detail to answer the question so that this is accurate.
My issue is that you are saying we are sitting, or your the department is sitting at 29 billion in they are sitting at 29 billion. If you were to be given 29 billion today, you would be able to maintain and bring all the assets that we're talking about into par, right? And specifically, they're saying police stations, you need about 8.8 billion to fix them.
Oh, okay, now I get the question. I think Spande will add on my narrative. When we talk about backlog, Commissioner, I didn't tell you that we are actually operating on a bank overdraft as public works. We are working in a squad. We don't have money. So let me start there. So when we talk about backlog, we really are saying, beside what is now, there are people who don't pay their monies because clients don't have money to pay them. So I think the important part, which I think Spade may cover, for this particular province, I think it's important to detail every detail so that at least it makes a lot of sense, because here we are very much general chairperson when we're answering here, because I realize that the commissioner wants a detailed answer. But I just want to also confirm to you that the deficit that we are experiencing is causing us to sit with this overdraft from the bank, which if it were to be, let me just say from our finance department, if we were to not use overdraft, we would have closed shop, if I may indicate that. To a certain extent, there were times, Commissioner, where I just want to underline this one, not DCS's own, it's not because of DCS, it's what Treasury had done to cut the budget. There was a time where I said to Mr. Spande, can you shut down all these prisons and take those inmates out? Because we don't have money to look after them. Now, as soon as I said it was a specific prison that we spoke about, when you say that, you must think twice that these inmates, they are there because of their reason. And when you say shut the prison down because DCS did not give us money, I'm trying to exercise my power as a landlord to say you are not renting, get out of my facility. That's not how government works. We've got an IGR framework that governs how we work and deal with these issues. But I was saying that, Chair, on the basis of the misconception or maybe the lack of understanding how we find ourselves in the situation. So I think to even answer you, the other question was that the budget cuts, not that they were not there, it's like they started now. No, the budget cuts have been living with us. I mean, ever since I was at university, I've always known that the government wanted to sponsor so many students, but because of budget, they can't do it anymore. So it's been living with us for some time. So maybe Spande, you want to add a bit, especially on the deficit, so that at least is clarified, and how do we then manage it forward?
With the permission, Chair. Thank you. I think let me explain what are budgetary cuts and the commissioner's assertion in our understanding. No commissioner will recall just recently during COVID. When they say cut your budget, it's when the budget has been appropriated. Then in the middle of the year, you are told to cut. That's budgetary cuts. There are budgetary shortfalls that says at the beginning of the financial year, you are allocated either a budget lower or equal to your previous year budget. Again, it's a budgetary cut. So we need to understand it too. When departments are informed of budgetary cuts during the course of the year, that what you were allocated is no longer available. You need to cut. I think we have experienced those instances several times. But if treasurer allocates you the same budget as last year, just before you even allocate your own budget in terms of your appropriation, whether you have to now revise your budget by classification or not. Those are things that are there in our fiscal regime. I've said, Chair, if you study the history of the budget allocation for public works, just go and look 2015, 2016, 2016, 2017 budget. Was 17 billion. The budget today, 24-25, is 18 billion. Does that translate into budgetary growth? If you move from 17 billion to 18 billion, or if you are talking more like almost 10 years. In terms of escalation, in terms of inflation, it means we are standing at the negative. The budget is diminished in terms of real value. And that can also be classified as a budgetary cut. In 2018, the department took a report to cabinet. And they have submitted to cabinet to say, cabinet, is that a sabotage change? Because the lights have gone dark now. I want you to translate, I want you to ascend in a good understanding of this, even to advise you policy. The department in 2018 submitted to cabinet and said that the non-growth of the Department of Public Works budget has got a direct impact, given that in 2018 we were already experiencing a $2 billion shortfall. Here's a report that went to cabinet. I've got sight of that report. I've got even sight of that presentation that went to cabinet. So the issue of budgetary shortfall is not something that happened on various occasions. It has been going on for over a period of time. I don't want to go back to 2007 because that will be another case altogether because there's quite a lot of reports on that one. If you go back there just for the sake of the recognition, there was a reduction in the allocation of budget in terms of square meterage. The reduction went from, I think it was 2,400, I stayed for correction because I raised my hand, and it's foreigns. And there was an expectation that it's going to grow by 15%. By 2018, the expectation was that we would have recovered. But this non-growth budget, what are the implications? Because we're dealing with capital infrastructure. The general perception or the general expectation in any property management, you need to set aside 20% of the total total value of the asset. For the purpose of what? For the purpose of refurbishment. We don't even close to 5%. At least for that matter, let us say allocate 10% for the refurbishment of any property. We are not even close to that. So there is absolutely no adequate allocation. From where we stand with the DJ, I think the DJ said it adequately. We don't look at Northwest alone because each challenges are transversal for the region. What we see in Northwest is there in Limpopo, is there in Kumona as well. We recently got a material irregularity.
for a Potchefstroom police station. So the issues are transversal. The question, do we have adequate funding to address all of them? Even the amount you see here, Chair, I'm being honest. They are just patch solutions. They are not providing a modernized solution as a permanent solution for these functions. It's just those day-to-day maintenance. There are areas where we make some impact. I must say, there are areas where we make some impact. Yet we acknowledge that, for example, on the project that the project highlighted, they were delayed in terms of appointing service providers, but we do have committed in terms of the budget. Moreover, those projects are also allocated the budget in the current financial year, and we are concluding issues of procurement. Madam Chair, we also understand that the procurement issues in South Africa are not just issues as well. Because if you can quantify what is the total percentage of our non-performance versus performance in terms of the total budget allocation, we do have areas where we've done well. There are areas where we acknowledge that we've not done well. But we need to, just we are here today, we need to confirm that where we have not done well, we are going to commit ourselves in terms of providing timelines, as the DG have said, and committed to deliver those issues. But as I've said, overall, these are day-to-day maintenance. They are not providing an overall solution because we do have inadequate budget allocation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My last question, Commissioner, the document that you've named as Annex B, but for the purposes of the pack, those were the pack, it's page 90. Can you, if you page through to the last page of that document, it talks about DCS Rustenburg. Do you see that part? It's not, it is. Just so you see that part that talks about DCS Rustenburg. It tells, it is detailing even a finalization date of the project, which is 20 August 2020, 28 August 2020. Do you see that? The reason why the commission wrote to you as a follow-up, there were gaps. And there still are gaps because it's the same report you're presenting to the commission. We understand that you've got zero allocation on the first page, but there are projects that are budgeted for, or there's money that is allocated for. And you, in the expenditure line, which is page 91, there's money that has been used. What the commission asked in the correspondence that was sent was, give us timelines and plans as to when and when are you going to finish. And fortunately, from your own example, you were able to do that with Rustenburg, but you were unable to do it with the other prisons or the other prisons that you, because I would have expected that if it's zero budget, you will say you don't have timeline because there's no budget. But with the others where there's budget, what then prevents you, or in fact, we would request that you give us timelines as to where these projects are, because this budget. Thank you.
Please go ahead, DG.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner. No, I think I get the directive or the instruction, because we need to keep those timelines for each and every project. I think we'll a detailed response will do it, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. I wish them to move on to the next level of question. And I want to invite Mr. Secretary to step out. Ask that we take a 5-minute stretch break. So let's take a 5-minute stretch break, and then when we return, it will either be the PM or Ms. Tebing. In the meantime, DG, then maybe you can consult Mr. Kovas on those questions on page 19. Thank you very much. was made earlier, that the questions we respond to directly and as crisp as possible, so because we do have a lot to get through. And also, just to give you a level of comfort, also DG, I will be addressing the questions to you, but the reason your team has been sworn in, you are free to direct who must respond, so that I will be responding to you, not because I'm necessarily expecting a direct response from you. So with that said, perhaps there are many places I would have liked to start, but perhaps let me start from the beginning to also tie in with the last question that was asked by Mr. Ngonde. DG, you are here in terms of a subpoena notice that was served on you, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is it also correct to assume that you did read the subpoena notice before you came to these proceedings?
Yes, I have briefings.
Is it also correct that you would have you would have been informed by the subpoena notice in your preparation for these proceedings?
Yes.
Is that correct? Thank you. It was read to the record earlier what was expected of you in terms of these proceedings, and that is on page 4 of the pack, the paginated pack from the commission. I don't know if you have that. That is page 4 of the subpoena notice. Paragraph 14, it specifically indicates what was required from you. It says you'll be required to respond comprehensively to the Commission's monitoring reports, as well as the responses from Sahrc, DCS, attached here to mark annexes A to D, as well as K to N. Is that correct?
Yes.
And 15, it says you'll be required to provide a time-bound plan for addressing the infrastructural challenges as SARS and SARS and DCS detention facilities that fall to be addressed by DPWI. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we are, I'll say, almost 4 hours into these proceedings. Are you satisfied from your submissions, both written and oral, that you have done what is required of you in terms of this notice?
There are gaps I've picked up as well, so we've been talking earlier.
Okay. And what are those gaps?
Some of the responses didn't have time fixed. Based on also the reasons explained, I believe that we will improve going forward.
Okay, noting that you say some of the responses didn't have time, can you refer me to a report of the responses that had time?
I think I'll make an example here. Where is this one? Like there's a report that we have on Annex B, where we just gave you the project description. There's no timelines, nothing. So,
what is the project description?
So I'm saying this project for correctional services, I think it's 1 up to 10.
Yes.
Page 2. The ones that we were explaining earlier.
Yes, on page 19.
In fact, the other colleague of yours, he made an example by the one that we provided, where we show timelines, what happened, etc. Project completion. But on the other ones, there are no dates like that. So, in fact, these are the gaps that I picked up, which I've said we're going to improve as we deal with these matters. Yeah.
All right, I'm asking this question, DG, because in the subpoena, that's precisely what we ask you to provide. And for me, it is not palatable that you've come to the process and say only during the process that you've identified gaps, when the provision of timelines is precisely what was expected of you in terms of the subpoena notice.
Yes, I think maybe let me just maybe I should have started by apologizing, probably, Commissioner. The when they were when the commissioner started talking in the first opening remarks, she indicated why we are here, etc. And I do believe that in all this that gets done, there's always an appreciation that as an accounting officer, you must always try by all means to ensure that certain things or most things are done in a manner that is satisfactory, in such a manner that you respond accordingly. In some instances, you notice that even on the previous meeting, I might have not been there myself personally. Today I'm here. And secondly, it's my first time commissioner to face Human Rights Commission in my life as a human being. So some of those reasons I'm raising, I'm also learning. And what becomes important is, as an accounting officer, like I was in Brazil the whole of last week, I just came because I didn't want to fight with the commission. And I had to come back because this I could not delegate because it's a subpoena. So there is that gap that says some of the correspondence that would be addressed to the DG gets to be processed at other levels. And in most cases, you find that as a manager, yourself, commissioner, your officials will always assure you about everything. And in assuring you, I must indicate that with Sean just sitting next to me on my left, I've been reading these documents in Brazil to ensure that at least I've got a good picture of everything. But what I normally will also do, Chen, is to say that I always want to get assurance from officials as well, to say, is the report ready? Everything's fine. Like I'll do it even when I go to portfolio committees. And in most cases, Chair, you'll find that officials will give information, everything is fine. But then your ability now to manage information that is accurate and proper in this manner, I do believe the DG has got to be really hands-on across every aspect of this particular matter because of the nature the inquiry gets to be conducted. Beside the point, I think also when I talk about gaps, I think these are gaps, Chairperson, that I believe are building us as an institution to try and make sure that in the future we don't find ourselves or caught wanting. I'm very happy that when you opened your questioning, you even said, DG, when I say DG, I'm not talking to you. I'm actually talking to you as a department because we've got other people that respond. And now, so far, it's me who's talking. So I might not want to also ask to say, but Mrs. Mande, this report, I would have actually raised it when I was in Brazil, for instance. It's actually a lot of pages that I had to go through. While understanding, also, I was also doing one side. So I believe that it's one area that I think multitasking and also managing certain information is very critical. And myself as a DG, assisted by everybody, has got to be able to answer to you fully, which I really take the responsibility for. So where I have not, I think it will be very important that as we move back to Pretoria, we then ensure that these things don't happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that response, DG. But maybe in closing this line of questioning, I need to emphasize that if you go to page 10, and it's not 100 of the bundle, please, before you, this very issue of lack of timeframes was directly raised with your department. And in fact, in the meeting that we were part of, That's one of the reasons why we didn't have a way forward, because there was no time frame, and that's why you also made it in that undertaking that you will then engage with your counterparts and revert with a plan. And that's a meeting, unfortunately, DG, you were part of, we were not represented. So this is essentially a fourth sitting that has been organized at great cost to the Commission. And I'm sure the stakeholders who are here will come at great cost to their departments. But because you did not do what you were requested to do, we leave the session without the answers we need to move forward in this matter. I'm not sure if there is that appreciation to say, this is a fourth sitting. And we keep talking about timeframes, and they are not forthcoming, despite you being supported by a team of many colleagues who could have brought these issues to your attention.
Okay, thank you. I think I take the point. Maybe most of the answers that are requested here, they've got dependencies. Now, if the commission were to allow us, because like I said, it's the first time I come here, I think that must be appreciated. I've never been through such an environment in my life. So, if the commission were to allow the department to sanitize some of the information with a view, which I think is positive, having spoken to National Commissioner Tobakane, and having myself made an example around the issue of this pingo, notwithstanding that I'm here only for Northwest. I think I would really appreciate that, Commissioner, because I might have faulted where I should have critically analyzed every detail of everything that has been submitted. I do appreciate what the provincial manager or head is indicating, especially the correspondence which was sent to our regional manager, who's sitting one guy after me on my left. So it's very, very important, Commissioner, also to appreciate the extent of involvement of who should be involved in dealing with these matters. I might underestimate the engagement, only to discover that, by the way, here I need the whole department to be here. Like, for instance, Sahrc is not here. He would have answered very well in respect of the budget cuts. The DG Rams is not here, who's in charge of the facilities that we are talking about around the replacement program. I underestimated and said, Mr. Spande, you are the head of PNTE. All the DGs report to him to say, please come with me. And I even asked the commissioner to allow him to talk about the strategy that he's trying to implement. So I think that is something that I would really request and appeal at Commissioner, that as a human being, I'm bound to make mistakes. And in this instance, there appears to have been a mistake on my side, where there could be gaps that would have been realized earlier. And I do understand and appreciate that it's a painful exercise, but it's worth it, because at least I know what this means going to the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you, DG, and perhaps if I can also request, in addition to information about the time-bound measures to address each and of the identified challenges. So you will have to go through the reports, the facility, because the report we are expecting is a facility by facility time-bound plan, okay? But as indicated in our correspondence on page 100, We also requested the following information because we were told last time that many of the projects started long ago, and I think the Brits is a good example. So in addition to the time-bound measure for addressing the existing challenges, we are requesting a report, that the report will include the initial dates of the start of the projects, each of the projects, okay? And also, when were they supposed to be completed initially? That's what we requested, if you see the bullet number 2, okay? If they were not completed within the timeframes initially planned, we need detailed reasons for that, okay? And then finally, then we need information on what you're going to be doing about it now, as well as the applicable timeframes in respect of each facility that is listed in the reports. And as you have seen also in the subpoena notice, it's not only the report that was available when we last met, because we did send out additional reports. It was in February, I believe, this year, with additional facilities that require attention. So if the report can also cover those new facilities, so that we know what is going to be done about those facilities. All right, I will now move on. Sorry, my laptop is just You have raised a number of issues at DG that generally affect the performance of your department. And one of those issues you've raised is contract, performance by contractors. That's one of the issues you've raised. And the question I have in relation to that, what measures have you put in place as a department to ensure that contractors perform in accordance with the terms of the contract? By that, I'm looking at what staff do you have available that specifically deals with this, contract management in your office, so that as early as possible, when contractors default, the issues are addressed and mitigated.
Thank you very much. I think maybe let me start by acknowledging the question. I think it's very relevant in the way I'm going to respond now. What measures have I taken? Early this year, I called all project managers across the country. Anybody who's a project manager running any project in public works was called in Johannesburg, in our disaster recovery center in the park of Johannesburg. Why I called that meeting was to literally also understand, because sometimes how I work, I normally work through DDGs in my office. Sometimes things come to me cooked as ready, only to find that actually the food is not properly cooked. So I called all the project managers in the department, they all were trying to them. We had a long day session where I didn't want provincial heads to respond, nor did I want DDGs to respond. I would, for instance, zoom into project management issues for Northwest Province and expect those directors to explain or project managers to indicate the challenges. So based on that meeting, there were certain recommendations and resolutions taken. Part of the resolution that I took was that everybody who's a project manager who's not registered will be removed from projects. That's the first part. if you remember my posture around saying everybody who does construction, it could be anyone. So I started to say, if there are project managers who are not registered, when I say registered, I mean the following. It's SACPCMP, which actually governs the registration of construction project managers and construction managers. So that actually means that, Commissioner, you find that there's a director who's got a PhD in construction honors and management. Under him or her, he's got chief construction managers who are by law in terms of GPSA standard is registered. But the people is leading, but himself or herself is not registered. So in other words, the professionalization of the environment is very critical at a certain point. So you find that most of the directors, some of them are not registered. By way of it, the position does not necessarily require that. It requires just project management. But where it's specific and specialized, it requires the registration. So that was one area that the intervention has been done. But what I've done, the Commissioner, I've given them at least because of the issue of the timelines and things like that, a period of 12 months to consider, because I think we're going to reconvene to indicate that those that have not been registered, for lack of a better word, just to highlight a challenge with SACPCMP, it's very difficult to get registered there. It's an exam that you don't want to write. Because what happens, you sit like this, you are young, you just got your qualifications, cum laude, everything, and you've done projects that you think you've done. Now, these people are sitting here around you. Each and every one of them has got 25 years experience, you've got only 8 years experience. For you to get that registration, there could be 6 of them. They will ask you so much difficult questions that are 20 years in the experience that you are supposed to answer. It's like your CA exam in some instances, if I may. You find that it's very difficult to get our people registered for that reason. I think the standard is just too high. So there's quite a lot of challenge around. So I'm saying the first part was the issue of professionalization that we want to have to look at, but it's going to take some time, I must indicate. And then the other issue was then to request that we get mentors appointed to support project delivery. But because what is a challenge, Chair, in public works? Like I said, there's been a lot of erosion of capacity of the state, meaning the PSPs that we have, your consulting engineers, who are people who were working for public works for some reason, and resigned from public works and open companies, or government, they open companies. These are now the people who run projects. You find that then our officials end up not being able to be in a situation where they can design and sign off designs. Like seated here, I know that Batu is a PRN. I'm a PR, I can sign. But the problem is that he will not want to sign a design because I, as public works, have not taken the indemnity insurance. In other words, what I'm saying, we're in on the 8th floor here. A structural engineer who certified this building and said this building is proper and everything. If anything goes wrong, CIDP will be here, Department of Labor will be here. To answer in court, you must explain why this particular thing was not designed in terms of this particular sort of requirement. So you find that a lot of people then find it very difficult to sort of provide a service to us. As a result, we rely on externals. Now, the challenge again with externals is they are registered. Now, you can't tell a person who's registered when you're not registered what to do and when to do. It's like, for instance, in the operating theater, people who work in there is specialists, right? You don't expect, I would say junior, you don't expect a person who's sub, if I may say that, to tell that person something around that. So you find that in public works, therefore, there's that element of projects that are being managed by people who are not less qualified, but less exposed to those particular environments than those who are managing them. So that's one other area that forces us to also consider the issue of bringing in mentors to try and assist us in that. And then the third part is the following, was that we're not going to enlist projects that are new. Because part of the problem when people are sick, you got a headache, you don't take medication. The next thing you've got a problem with your ear, you don't take medication. By the time you wake up, your feet is actually swollen. Now you don't know what's happening. So we're not going to be taking new projects. Citing this thing, Commissioner, we are running on deficit, we are running on bank overdraft. Taking new projects is actually tantamount to creating more problems for the state. That is why now the program for Mr. Spanelli was explaining to say, if you want anything, let's say you want to lease a building as an example, we have to make sure there's no state building first before we give it to you. It's very difficult. So far, we've not signed a single lease since October. And departments are crying, they are complaining. So I'm saying it's a test that we are going through. It's a very difficult test, but I think with time, Commissioner, it will help us in that creative. So we are not taking new projects as it were, so that we actually look at that. The third part was the issue of reducing the project, the project manager to projects ratio. So what I'm saying here is you find that in public works, there is a norm which is okay with public works to say one project manager is to 25 projects. In my understanding, that is a case for disaster. One project manager, depending on the complexity of the project, could be 1:1. Highlighting an example, there's a project we're doing for justice, which is 800 million, 850 million, which is a Durban High Court. That one project, one must focus on the project, on to effectively manage the project. But in public works, the ratio is 1:25. In some instances, 1:30. That was just the average. So we've agreed to reduce the project ratio to project managers, where we now utilizing to a certain extent implementing agents. Implementing agents, what I mean is institutions like IDT, which is our entity. I mean institutions like KUKA, which is a state entity as well. I mean entities like DBSA. These are institutions that we try to utilize to assist us, including Treasury, by the way, SHITEC, some projects they are running on our behalf as entities, so that at least we move the risk to the next level. Because the issue of an individual running a project directly, there's also the risk attached to that. So that's one also other area that we are working on, and we want to even underline this one, Commissioner, because at some point the Commission will raise a question to me. The fact that you are giving the project to KUKA, it doesn't say everything that is correct. They also have their own problems. But all I'm trying to say is, instead of just relying on our own, we also have that extension. And maybe lastly but not least is to create a culture of what I would call project preparation, separated from project implementation, as it were. Let me explain this one, Chairperson, so that you appreciate why I'm saying it. We've got an institution, or let me just say an entity we are still developing called ISA. It's called Infrastructure South Africa. If you look at their role is to focus on strategic infrastructure projects, which are SIPs, which are big projects. Now, the failures of project delivery is to combine everything as a project, as if it's cool to do so. That is why you find there's a project which has got a consultant who's been in project for 14 years, but the project doesn't move an inch. The last time the project was done was when we appointed a consultant that designed from stage 1 up to stage 3. The new commissioner came and said, I don't need this project, but the consultant is still on our WCS system. Now, meaning that we need to separate a process where the appointment of professionals or PSPs must have a start and end date. When I say start and end date, I mean for you to provide designs for me, which is ready for me to go out on tender. the aspect of project or program management then becomes a responsibility that we want to take back as soon as we get full capacity as public works to ourselves. So that is also one area, Chair, which I think is critical that we are really pushing hard for. And the project preparation really helps you from the board where you say, I need to know, as I'm gonna put the prison, or I'm gonna build a new prison, as an example, the issues of EIA designs and communities and all those things are addressed up front before you actually come in. But when you appoint a consultant, you say, I'm gonna appoint you from stage 1 up to stage 6, as an example. It becomes a problem. And also, when you appoint a consultant, we've been doing this practice at church, I think even my colleagues seated on my right and left will agree. There's been a situation as public works where we just appoint for every discipline chair. Electrical engineer, we appoint directly. Civil engineer, we appoint directly. QS, architect. So you find that one contract for instance, Redfern, maybe prison, has got different consultants with a direct appointment from public works, which means if the civil engineer has got a dispute with us, the electrical engineer can proceed, neither can the QS, because everything relies on the foundation that the civil engineer must build. So in other words, the whole project is halted. So then we took a decision as well, as part of trying to expedite the challenges. I think the good thing, it was sponsored by Mr. Spande here, to say, no longer are we going to appoint different, what you call it, disciplines. We're going to appoint a consultant who will have sub-consultants in his own right or capacity to manage the process. So when you look at the risk assessment, we appoint you, please deliver, you can't give us excuse. But the guy that is appointed by us will say, but I'm waiting for your civil engineer who's appointed, I can't do anything with that. So that particular thing is one area, also is the one that charges a lot of money. Because consultants then tend to stay longer in projects than the construction companies that should be. So those are basically the things that we've looked at that we are implementing. And I also want to say that we're trying to make the department technical. Public works got a lot of lawyers. I think the reason for this because of these commissions like this. People believe that manager is a lawyer, for instance, he agrees with me. Part of the reason is a lawyer. It's because we've been getting a lot of challenges around contract management. And then you find that whoever is running the show in public work says, maybe to have a lawyer is better because the lawyers know how to deal with contracts and things like that. As long as it's got other people that support the structure. I think I have a different view because my view is that you need technical people in public works. It's public works, it's worse now that the president has given us an additional responsibility called infrastructure. So you need engineers, you need architects. In fact, when they go as far as saying we need economists, because the project failures and costing and things like that, they go to a level where it's not acceptable. So I think that particular paradigm, Chair, is a difficult one for me. By way of an example, there's an employee who wants to come back. He's a social scientist. He was an RM. He wants to come back. I have to do my own research. How do I encourage this person not to come back in this particular area because that area is no longer there. So I think it takes a process of re-engineering of the department, working with DPSA to change the requirements for what is an RM or a program. In fact, we are no longer RMs, Mr. Matlana. We are calling you provincial heads now. It's no longer going to be RMs because the region, in my view, is like a district, if I may. So, but the provincial head is responsible for the entire thing. I think the reason why they did it that way was to try and accommodate our fellow colleagues from public works in the province to say, call me regional manager, you will be head of the department. So that's basically one of the other things. And I think the last one, Chair, which I think I want to emphasize on the contractor project management, I think I've highlighted it. the issue of blacklisting contractors in a way that is progressive. Let me indicate what I mean. Chair, there are these contractors who are grade 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those are small contractors who will, for instance, if something small happens, you need to fix it just under $1 million or something like that. These guys, they are literally in some instances not trained. They are not experienced like the ones who are grade 9s. So there is a contractor development program which is in place, which I can share with the commission. It's actually done jointly by ourselves, led by our entity called CIDB, Construction Industry Development Board. So that thing is actually aimed at assisting ourselves with managing the project risks to those smaller contractors. And on top of that, there's a new concept that we actually dropped down some time back. It's coming back. It's called social facilitation. That framework has now been developed. Social facilitation, how it helps in, because sometimes we did not mention it as we were talking here. There are projects that we implement, and then we discover that where we're going to do a project, as an example, in Luzuma, Commerce, there is a thing called mafia. General Stoller will know that because we've been working with their minister on that. To say we want a construction, I want to get this word, please assist me, General. A crime, I'm talking construction free. No, I'm trying to talk about a site which is free of the mafia, you know. And there's a word that we use, just that my mind is just one. I can't process everything at the same time. So we've launched a crime-free construction site, let me put it that way. Because what happens, some of the projects are not delayed by a contractor or public works or a client department. They are delayed by the community. The community would come in and say they want 50% of the project because they read somewhere that 30% is for the community. So because of lack of social facilitation as a concept built into the projects, then there's been a lot of criminal elements where a lot of people have been arrested and causing a lot of projects to be delayed very, very much. Not like the one I'm talking about, which is the Durban High Court. There were serious delays. Serious delays because the guys came with AK-47 on site demanding contractors to do A, B, C, and D. Now the contractor must spend money on security to safeguard their employment, their employees, and everybody. So now this social facilitation framework, which by the way was approved by cabinet, we are actually putting it back to all projects. So now there's no project that will actually happen if we happen to continue going forward without a social facilitator. That is a person or a contract company that will link the community with all the project with all stakeholders around a particular area. Because we felt that where the community is not involved, this project is very difficult to implement. Sometimes we succeed, especially in Dr. Porter's area. I know that I always say this because it's very difficult for mafia to enter the prison when we are doing extension because they are scared they will be locked there. And some projects that we are implementing with defense, I think you might have seen, Chair, where the president launched it. It's called the Wellness of Bridges. Why it is successful is because we are working with defense force. So when people see defense force on site, they don't even attempt to even ask a question. But other projects like a magistrate court that we're going to be building, Elmandane as an example, already there's some issues about who's this contractor that is here. We don't want this contractor here, so there have been some stoppages. So I'm saying that there could be other areas that I might have not covered, but there's quite a number of things that we want to do around ensuring that these projects, but I'll stop there and maybe also provide further if you need. I'm sorry to be long. I just want to indicate why I want to be long on this one, is because I want to make sure that that makes sense. Thank you very much.
Right, now, thank you, DG. We are time sensitive for your sake. We are locals, so we are not in a rush. Even Commissioner sleeping. So we are not in a rush, but we, for your sake, but if you don't mind, we also don't mind. Now on the issue of performance, management, in your earlier submission, you did emphasize more on the performance of contractors, but now you, in your submissions, just now, you also emphasize on the internal, issues that affect, performance management. So would it be fair then, when it comes to performance management, for me to deduce that the performance management issues you were lamenting are not only attributable to these contractors who are not performing at their expected grading, but they are also attributable to your department's inability to properly manage contracts. Would that be a fair deduction?
Yes, I think in certain extent. In fact, one thing I didn't mention is corruption. As I'm explaining, is that Chair, when you respond in a platform like this, your mind moves around things that you would have thought of first. There's the issue of corruption, which I think we are dealing with in the department as we move to make sure that our project managers also they behave in a particular manner that is acceptable. So it is, I would accept it. That's
Thank you. And with that concession, then DG, can you please then take us through the consequence management steps that has been taken against officials who had a responsibility to properly manage contracts and they have not done so?
I don't know if you would want me to answer general or link to Northwest because I might have to.
Northwest, because the inquiry is in relation to Northwest, because we've had many examples. I think in your submission, Roy Pond is one of those contracts that have not performed well, Brits, that have not performed well, but others as well that we've discussed with Mr. Bonde. But to the extent that you don't have the information now, perhaps you can speak more generally, and then we'll allow you, when you make your written submissions, to be then specific about the consequence management steps taken against officials who mismanage contracts in the Northwest.
Okay, maybe let me just answer you this way. In terms of consequence management, we're led by Public Service Act, so which means when people can't perform in a particular way, we have to deal with them in a particular way. And I think maybe the building our clients, which I think is something that I want to admit upfront that we are not doing very well with communicating with our clients in respect of our performance. It always comes as an emergency because the DNC or the provincial commissioner is now having a call from a minister or something like that. There's no seamless process that tells you that if there's a complaint that exceeds this particular level of response, or maybe it doesn't meet a particular level of response, you have to take it from this level to this level. So I think part of the consequence management steps that have happened, let me just maybe highlight the more recent one. Critical to it is always, like I say, RM will say it's head office will say it's RM will say it's a PM. That's always the answer. But the sad part today is the DG being answering for everyone. Okay, yeah, I just want to say that it's always that when you ask this one will say this one. So what is the consequence management around that? So myself and the minister have agreed to review all the performance agreements. And part of the issues around performance agreement talks to, if I may put it, the issues that are very sensitive to development or infrastructure delivery. I'll cite one which is called the payment of contractors within 30 days. You find that contractors are not paid within 30 days, not because they can't be paid. They are not paid because a particular lady or a guy who process payments, you'll translate on behalf of the commission on my behalf. Injonjo is corruption. So you find that a poor contractor who's waiting out there is not able to access his money because some lady wants a meeting, whatever it is called, or project manager for that matter. To some extent, even directors for that matter, and even beyond that, go and talk to the DG. Chairperson. You'll be shocked what I receive on my phone. So I'm saying that one area has been a challenge for us to implement the 30-day payment period. So to do that, then we had to standardize it as a requirement for everybody. When I say everybody, from myself down to the heads, Spande, head of ISA, everyone, to make sure that if, for instance, the RM or the provincial head, the 30 days payments are not done in terms of our requirements, there's a system we call Ria Patara. It's in Asusu. It's like we pay. It's a system where people, when they're not putting their payments, they phone them. They give us a report and everything. So the RM, for instance, for this province, I will know what is not paying. And then I will judge him on it. In other words, the issue of subjectivity gets removed. In other words, you can't say the DG doesn't like me. It's the report that I'll be responding to. So there's one area where we're dealing with that performance around those particular areas. I'm just citing an example. To a certain extent, we've shifted people around, and we continue to do so. And right now, you hear that Mr. Batumokotu is currently the DDG in terms of appointment, construction project management, but is also DDG facilities management, which is a position that we are filling. We've done shortlisting. We are filling also critical positions. So the position of DDG facilities management is being filled and being considered to make sure that we have a full-time, if you like, responsible person for all over 88,000 facilities in terms of maintenance. So we don't have a particular person. So that position is going to be filled pretty soon. And also the position of the DDG, SCM, has not been there for some time. That was sent to cabinet. The cabinet should pronounce itself this week, hopefully. If it's done, then I'll be happiest guy, because also the SCM environment is a very difficult environment. So part of the issues of the filling of those positions is also linked to the inability sometimes, as I said earlier, it's with respect to labor relations and their level at which they deal with performance of people. Sometimes it's very difficult for me as a teacher to say, while I see this guy is not performing, I want to take him on and discipline him or fire him for that matter. The labor relations approach is not like how I think, because he will say, but teaching the delegations are with so and so, you know. So we've also looked at reviewing the delegations in some instances, because part of the biggest challenge is that when you centralize too much, there's a problem. When you decentralize too much, there's also a problem. Because as I say, you'll find that the regions, the way I look into it, the way I see it, I always make this example, Rian, that when I was still the side of the coin, I called the then DDG facilities management. His name was Jacob Marova. I called him at 2 a.m. That guy is not used to be called at 2 a.m. I was the deputy commissioner in charge of property and facilities, because the prison was about to be burned in Johannesburg because there was no water. So remember, I'm following him as a client. the expectation is for him to pick up a call. At that time, he's sleeping. And I was already in the prison. I was so upset and angry. Now, how my anger has to do with him sleeping is the fact that I expect him to be awake. So I think also the regime of managing risks, sort of managing our emergencies for our clients to be responded to on time is also one area that I think the culture change or the culture shift is very necessary. Some of us come from different environments, SAPs, they work 24 hours, they understand the environment better. Some people are not used to that. So I think part of that issue gets caught up with us in that particular approach. So I think it's all the issue of culture change and everything, but generally to really indicate to there is consequence management and it's being applied in some instances, but as I said, the starting point, let's professionalize you. Let's pay for your professional fees. Let you come with an excuse, then it's something else. Thank you very much.
All right, no, thank you, DG. I think we'll end that with, as I've previously requested, that perhaps as part of your supplementary submissions, just specifics in relation to the Northwest and the issues you are precisely discussing today. Let me move on then to my next line of questioning. The other issue you lamented as being a contributor to the challenges that you are faced with, you raised the issue of aging infrastructure, DG. And I'm happy, when you were giving your evidence, you indicated that you had recently traveled to Brazil, and I can only assume it's not the only country you've been to. In countries where you have buildings from the 1500s is still standing on 10 toes. And we are here lamenting a building that was built in, we said 1950 in South Africa. And really the difference between the building you see in England from 1500 and the one year only 1950 is very young, is the issue of preemptive maintenance. That we live in a country where there's no seriousness or value being placed in preemptive management. We wait for something to break and then fix. And unfortunately, once something is breaking, it's going to be more expensive now to repair than when it was actually preemptively being repaired. So the question I want to ask around preemptive maintenance, A, whose responsibility is it to ensure that there is preemptive as opposed to reactive management at these facilities that you are responsible for as DWI?
Okay. Maybe let me indicate by saying that there are many topologies of approaching asset classes in the manner we want to keep them in a state as we're explaining. Preventive maintenance is just one aspect of it. But the preventive maintenance, who's responsible for that? There are classes. I mean, we've delegated certain levels to our clients to do a particular level up to a certain level. I think at this point it's up to 1 million. But unfortunately, even if we've given them, the budget doesn't follow that aspect in terms of that. So, as I've said, also with the eradication, let me just say, the state capacity getting lower and lower, strategically so that contractors can emerge. You find that it becomes very difficult to do that a particular area. We're not good at all there. In fact, let me indicate that when there's proper preventive maintenance measures, it becomes easy to reimagine, as you say, these old buildings looking the same as they were, because there's money that is put into it. If you go to UB as an example, Union Building, It's a very good architecture. But you'll find that there's also heritage alignment into it now that we've got accreditation on it. How you manage it needs properly qualified teams to do certain things right and then be monitored on a daily basis so that the facility can be utilized. So I think the best part of the answer to you, if everything were equal, it was my way, I will even move beyond preventative maintenance and go to predictive maintenance. Predictive maintenance is when you don't wait for preventive maintenance to come out also to prevent something from happening. So you will, for instance, I'll just cite a technical one. I'm sorry, Chair. I'm just technical. I would use a different example. Like a transformer. A transformer is an apparatus that is used to transmit electricity from one level to another level. Let's say, okay, it comes from Eskom in Mpumalanga at so many voltages to lower voltages. It's because the transformer is being used to make it available for us. Now, in a transformer, there are planned inspections that must happen by an electrical artisan or whoever, or technician or an engineer. It must be periodical. If it doesn't happen, at some point you'll see the transformer burning, right? And those inspections will involve you going to check the level of the oil, if it's still at the right level, etc., you know, and cleaning bushes and all those things. But predictive maintenance doesn't go just there. The predictive maintenance will say, you take the oil in a transformer, take it to a lab to check if it's insulating as per its requirement. And you do what you call a dielectric strength test, which means you raise the voltage at a particular point, it must break to say, yes, it's insulating. If you don't do predictive maintenance to do the test in that regard, you'll find transformers burning as well. So to move to that level of appreciation of maintenance, you have to have a particular standard of the teams that work for you and people who understand the engineering aspect of the work, the quality of the artisan, the quality of your general worker and assistant, which the state does not have. So I'm saying that while as DPW we are responsible for all these things, I want to say that as a 16.1 appointee in terms of Act 85, I sometimes fear, which I've shared with my minister, that we take full responsibility for things sometimes when you're not there. You know, you take full responsibility to make sure that those things are happening on the ground. Not until sometimes you find people have died. In most cases, I always get cited in the minister because of the lack of health and safety observation around the particular work that has got to be done. So I'm saying that preventive maintenance is one area I want to go to as a starting point. And as we mature in that area, we're going to move to other levels. But for now, Chair, it's quite very difficult. It's called firefighting. Firefighting is when Spande and General Tolle here fighting because we are fighting fires every day. The police station is closed or the court is closed because there's no generator. So we are not at that level because of the state capacity. But I would love to be at that level based on these other small things that we are doing to bring things back. And I just want to also indicate that the issue of condition assessments, Chief Director Ricky Samuels has done a great job. We are doing condition assessments across all asset classes and facilities. And these condition assessments, they help us to then engage our clients better to say, this police station in terms of its requirement and basic requirement for it to operate, it must have this and this one is failed, etc., etc. This is what we're going to require. So that actually help us to do planning around finances in that respect. So I think these condition assessments will help us to start towards your suggested way. And I must say, I was embarrassed. I was very embarrassed. When you look at the infrastructure there, General Store in Doha, you know that building, just the building we haven't entered. It's like an Investec building in London. So beautiful. You won't see an engineer who come out of that building. But the difference between them and us, I think it's leadership in terms of decision making around what is a priority. So in other words, also I must say, through you, Commissioner, and the Commission itself, to say to you, it will also help us for the suggestions we make, that you also reach out to our leaders who make decisions around what is important, what is not important. I might not be able to do so because I'm just there, my pay grade limits my expectation of what I need to say. So I was so embarrassed. It's so beautiful. And in fact, I said to my colleagues when we came back that if we can have a building like this and all our clients have got buildings like this, I will smile one day, but it won't be in my lifetime because the state is constrained and the environment is very difficult. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Perhaps also to close this line of questioning, the interest of time, DG, what I will request from you, I think it was Mrs. Banda who spoke about your maintenance budget, if it can be confirmed, the amount that has been allocated for maintenance. That is in the Northwest for the detention facilities in the Northwest. And and then an indication then of how much of that budget is going into preventive, because you said that other one you're not there. You didn't mention preventive, meaning there is some preventive management, maintenance that is happening. Okay, so but an indication of how much of that budget is being utilized for preventive maintenance. And also, please, if we can get specifics about the facilities where that is happening, if at all. That is your further submissions on the issue of maintenance. I now want to move to the issue, the other issue that you have raised, that contributes to the failures that you have lamented, DG. And the issue that you have raised is the issue of contractors who are not performing at their expected grade and they are then not even blacklisted. You said there's a decision that has been given. Has it been implemented as yet? You said there was a decision by the minister, I believe. Has it been done? And obviously in respect of the Northwest.
Yeah, the CIDB, which is Construction Industry Development Board, have started a process of blacklisting. Remember, the blacklisting was limited to National Treasury.
Yes.
And it's not been doing well. So it has started. They are busy finalizing there's gonna be about 40 contractors coming out very soon. But obviously for them to do that, they have to go through all the legal processes, because for us to blacklist you, we also have to give an opportunity to sort of engage in the stuff, because otherwise it becomes a problem. So it has already started.
Okay.
The process by CIDB is the one that is going to be blacklisted, because they are the ones that place contractors into the register to which Public Works and any other government department would actually employ from.
And then do you know the expected date of the publication of the 40 contractors you've mentioned?
I can verify with the CEO of CIDB, and by now it should have been, but it's not yet. Last time I think I checked, it was like they are still finalizing those legalities. Quite a lot of legal issues involved. So I will provide that information as soon as I get it, Chairperson.
Thank you. And you also raised the issue of budget planning and implementation misalignment, which contributes to budgets being made available and then not utilized. I'm not a project manager, but maybe I'll share how I think the process works, and then you can clarify if it doesn't work the way I think it works. Because I imagine before a client department makes any budget available to yourselves, there would have been prior discussions with yourself to say, we have this challenge at this police station, and it is you, as the implementing agent, who will say, to address that challenge, we need X amount. That's how I imagine things work. And then they make that money available to you. And I'm also assuming for you to have given them to say we need X amount, you would have assessed the work that needs to be done and when it needs to be done. Hence, the budget is being made available. So with that rudimentary understanding of planning, I'm then failing to understand where the misalignment is coming from. If it was your department who said, we need this amount, so where is it coming from, DG? The misalignment between planning and implementation, resulting in budgets going back.
Thank you, TG, and good afternoon. Well, we basically have a number of phases that we take our projects through. The early phases of a project is the feasibility stages, which we all know, and it's the stage 1, 2, 3, and 4. We request for budgets from client departments to enable us to start with the project preparation. And it's based on the priorities of the client. And what happens is that they give us the money annually. We start with the preparations. And the challenge in that particular stage is that we don't have consistency in the budgets that are allocated, where you start a feasibility study, but you're unable to conclude the feasibility study to get it to a detailed design, because either the client has not prioritized funding, or they have no longer a need for that particular project. And we have a challenge in the planning phase of wastage of resources that were put into projects, but you do not take that project through to an implementation phase. The bulk of the challenge we have is once the project is tender ready, we have realized that it takes us 12 months for us to procure. For a project to be allowed to be in a procurement plan, the client has to confirm the budget for it, for that financial year. But we know that we're not going to spend the money in a 12 months because we're procuring. Immediately, that's a misalignment in the processes we have between the departments, because we are required to secure funding before you can go out to the market. But it takes you a calendar year for you to procure a contract. That money that you have secured, you're not going to spend it. Therefore, it's going to be another wastage that we count. Yeah, I think there lies the major re-engineering of our business processes between public works and client departments. Yeah, there's more, but I can pause it for now.
All right, I think before you give more, I want you to stay on the mic, because I think there's part of the logic that is escaping me, right? Because the starting point, that's why I'm saying, if my thinking of how you do planning is incorrect, I want you to correct me. Because my understanding is the figure of we need this much, it comes from the Department of Public Works. Is that an incorrect assumption? Or does the client just decide, okay, I'm just gonna give you 100,000?
No, it comes from us.
Okay. So since it comes from you, you knew that you first have to do design, right? Before you give the figure, you know as the implementing department that I need to do design, correct? When you give them the figure, you know that.
Correct.
You know that you have to get environmental, whatever, right? You know that you need time to tender. You know all that information before you give them the figure. Is that correct? Okay. So if you know all of that and you know that that whole process will take you 3 years, let me take for example, why request the department to give you 100,000 that you already know you will not be spending because you still have to do all the preliminary issues? That's where, for me, maybe the issue, the challenge I have is how you categorize it. It can't be misalignment. You have not planned properly. That is my submission, because you knew all of this before you said, give me 100,000.
Yeah. No, I think it's very clear. The budgets reside currently with land departments.
Yes.
If the budgets were with the Department of Public Works, there could be better synergy in the project planning, which is aligned with the maturity of the project as it moves along in different stages. The client department is also restricted. For them to initiate projects, they have to have certainty in the entire period of funding. That certainty changes from time to time with budget cuts. And you see it a lot when you look at our order book of how much we've spent on projects that are in planning. It's not because of poor planning of the departments. Initially, we had planned to do these particular projects that are 10, but they had a budget cut. Now we are unable to proceed with the 10 projects, only 2 came forward. And we spend money, it's not as a result of poor planning, it's as a result of the system.
For me, I don't want us to have a different conversation than the one we're having, because the question about misalignment came within the context of page 90, right? That was the context. It was not theoretical to say there wasn't enough money, right? Where, for example, purchase from 14 million was made available. So this is not a case where you started a project, a department is not giving you enough money. That's where the context in which this conversation started. We are given 40 million, you've spent 0 of it. And you said the reason for that is project misalignment. That's one of the reasons that you gave. Of course, when we started the conversation, we were specifically focusing, I think, on bricks, but the concept applies. Here is money that you as a department and you have said you need to deliver the project. And the department gives you the money. And I'm trying to understand where is the misalignment, because my assumption is before you tell them how much you need, you have a plan. You know that I need to do this and this, and it's gonna cost this and this. That's why I'm requesting a specific amount. So where is the misalignment vis-a-vis lack of proper planning? I think that's the part that I need you to clarify.
No, thanks. Let us clarify 2 issues. Budget allocation is a linear program, simple straight line. Project management is complex program. It involves multiple variables that at times are outside the control of the project manager.
That is the basis of the Adam misalignment. If you are managing a project but you are not in control of the budget, therefore that means you are not in a position to use the budget to manage the variables because they are very complex and dynamic. Budget allocation in South Africa is done in terms of the MTSF process. So it's a 3-year allocation. You request the client to provide you a budget, and they provide it within the MTSF project. And then when you are implementing a project, as my colleague has said, you are at the stage where you need to go for tender. The having field design and everything. In terms of our SOP, before you go on tender, you need to confirm the budget. And then you go to the client and say, look, I need a budget. For your own certainty, you request an MTSF budget confirmed. However, when you implement a project now, you go on tender, and the tender is good, you say, it takes 12 months to content. The budget is already confirmed, the budget is already allocated. Are you with me now?
Yes.
The first thing you come across is the first snake during bid processes. You know the snakes are quite a lot. And bid objections and so forth and so forth. The time to conclude 12 months at most. You start working. And then during the process, you also have what we call variations. You still don't have control of the budget, which means you still have to go to the client and say, look, I've got a problem now in terms of my implementation of the program. There's a delay. By that time, the client says, look, I've already made available budget. And it's towards the end of the financial year. What must I do now? I must surrender the money back to treasury. Because it's in another control of, it's in the control of another department. However, if it is within your department, and you have got a control of the budget, it means that you will be in a position to reprioritize your budget on time and to meet all the treasury deadlines on time. Because treasury deadlines are very on time. As you conclude and communicate with that department, it's not overnight as well. There are lots of variables that we need to deal with in our communication as well with clients. And hence we've identified that as a weakness. To say we need to improve not only in terms of planning, but also in terms of the planning also must incorporate better communication so that we manage projects better with clients. So these are the issues that we experience. But there's another issue as well. Even before you go and tell the client might come say, hey, we don't have that money anymore. In this current financial year, we have to reprioritize. So that what does that mean? It means the project has come to a standstill. We've got a number of projects that have come to a standstill. And at times, because of our own challenges, it takes longer to conclude the planning process. And the client gets fed up because it's budgeted in terms of the MTSF. But your project planning perhaps takes longer than the process to allocate the budget. Yet the client has already allocated the budget in terms of the MTSF. It becomes a problem. So if you look at how we operate the budget as a department without control of the budget, makes it difficult as compared to other entities like municipalities and provinces, where the budget is allocated directly from treasury and ready to the project managing department. Thanks.
So can I allow Mrs. Summers? I just want them to satisfy you, if you don't mind.
Chair, no, I just wanted to clarify one thing. What DG and what the head of MT is indicating is correct in respect to capital growth projects, where the funding is provided by the client. But because your question is very specific on page 90, and the 14 million and the airport scheme, that is the budget that we have as public works. It is not money that we surrendered. The projects are still there. We do have our internal issues with planning and contractors that are failing, so the DG explained. This project is not as though we've cancelled. We're proceeding with this project. As guided by the chair and yourself, we have to come back to you to give you clear timelines on those. But these projects will be proceeded with using the budget and the public works. So there's four categories. I don't want to go into detail. But this category, which is plan maintenance, is on public works.
All right, thank you. Maybe before you respond, DG, let me just clarify, because the challenge is we are just having a different conversation than the one that we started with. What I was clarifying is the response, that part of the problem is that you called it budget planning and implementation misalignment. That's the phraseology that you introduced. It was specifically in response to questions being asked pertaining to page 90. To say you had a budget, you didn't spend it. And one of the justifications that was given was that there is there's budget planning and implementation misalignment. But if you are saying it doesn't apply to these particular projects, I'm happy to move on. But in any event, I think in the interest of time, I will allow the DG to respond, and then we will then argue the matter further in the interest of time. Thanks. To say it is not misalignment, it's lack of proper planning. That will be the argument. Thanks.
Thank you. On the page 89, we have, for example, the Lichtenberg prison. Lichtenberg prison is a project which we completed the designs for, but it's funded by the client. And the client does not have in this financial year, the allocated budget for it. Now, when I was explaining, it was the principle that at times you do find that misalignment of the project management cycle and the budget. But when you then came back and you specified now page 90, because we have these different budget regimes, it was explained by my colleague that in this case, the repair and refurbishment budget resides with public works. And we are then able to reprioritize the budgets to other programs that are spending because it's sitting with us.
No, thank you. I think SAFs and BCS will be provided an opportunity to respond. Where now you are saying the reason we can't do anything is because you have not given us funds. So for them to, that is on page 89. The facility is on page 89. So they will be given an opportunity to speak to that. DG? We are, now that so now we have clarity that the misalignment does not apply to page 90. Those facilities. Thank you.
Are you satisfied?
No, I'm satisfied.
Okay.
There is clarity, yes. Clarity. Okay. The other issue. Okay. Maybe the other issue I want to canvass with you, DG. We spoke about the poor performance of projects, and in your evidence, you've indicated that basically it is the client that has to carry the cost of that. Where there are escalations, maybe money was made available, it was not. It was not completed on time. There are delays. And this is one of the issues that your client departments raise. To say, but why do they have to carry that cost? Because they've appointed you, right, to deliver, and you did not deliver. Whether it's your contractors, but the contractors are your contractors because the primary responsibility is yours, right? You do accept that the responsibility to deliver on a project is yours. And you may use contractors to assist you to deliver. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then the question is, if
The reason for the escalation of the cost is because of your favors. Why do the client departments have to provide additional funds for this project?
All right, let me answer it this way. Chair, the custodianship of government properties for the state is public works responsibility. The problem here is initially everything was in public works. Everything was done by public works until there was a change where the budgets were removed from public works and given to clients. What that means is public works will always do the same thing it would have done to itself to go back to them, those who are actually having money to do the project. It's not an ideal situation, it's not the right situation. I think I made an example with Jeff told. I said, she would give us 100 million if things were all equal, like Subpoena explained it nicely in a scientific way. Project management is not a linear process. You know, it's very complex. She will give me 100 million. If everything were equal, we can build this thing and finish it now. But it doesn't work like that in real life. The challenge is public works does not have a special fund, if I may put it so that maybe it's making sense. We don't have a special fund where if, let's say, whether we are failing ourselves or the contractor is failing or anybody for that matter, we don't have a special fund to cushion that risk. We don't have that fund. In other words, we're still going to go back to our clients to say we need that money. Yes, contractor A, B, and C failed, etc., which is not ideal and good. Like I explained to you also to say, sometimes even contractors, they fail on the basis of not things caused by themselves in some instances. I'll make an example. One guy moved out of site because he couldn't take the nonsense of mafia. It's not his fault. Then they were forced to appoint another contractor because he couldn't stand that nonsense accordingly. So I'm saying that it is very important to indicate the only reason why we go to clients because that mandate of holding money, as we had it before, has gone away from us. We'll always go back to the client because we don't have a special fund. Thank you.
And in circumstances where your clients themselves, rightly, they argue that they themselves are constrained. Actually, the additional money that you are requesting is actually money that they do not have. Or how do you propose that the risk relating to project management, as you've indicated, be addressed going forward?
Yeah, like earlier I said, sorry, our clients, they normally are the ones that approve priorities. We don't want to dictate to them in most cases because he who pays the money must dictate, if I may say. Now, when they do that priority, we shall have to stick to that priority. And when they say they don't have money, we should accept it that there's no money, so we're not going to proceed to implement the project. It's as simple as that. But however, I must indicate that where our clients are really indicating certain things that we can do something about it as public works. Like I said to you, the state-owned assets, like the issue of a pound I made an example on, it was a decision taken by myself. If I were to follow the protocol, I was going to go to General Stolle and request money from her. Depending if she's got it or not, that pound will still be done nothing on it, if I'm making sense. But on that one, because I was with the National Commissioner, and when I raised the questions, why this pound has got to come to the level where it was closed, the answers I got, I was not happy. Then I called the CFO and said, CFO, whatever happens, this pound must be opened. So I don't want anybody asking a sign from SAPS. We will do it ourselves. That is why we then requested our own resources who are based in Devon. Artisans, painters, and all those people to start the process and do that. That kind of work, it was only based on the fact that because I said it as a DG, it must happen. Ideally, RMs or regional managers can't move an inch because of the processes that we have. Maybe just to also highlight the other issue is, which maybe to add on to what I was saying, the business processes of public works are such that you can't do anything about project planning and what have you when the budget is not confirmed. You can't do anything. I think last week when I was in Brazil where I said, look, because of some of the issues and risks, I think you might have seen our minister in Sahrc Batman. There's a Sahrc Batman you might have seen on TV. There's other projects like problematic because the departments have not confirmed budget. I'm trying to push and convince the head of PMT and the CFO to say, let's appoint at risk so that when the money comes, there's no issue of procurement because procurement takes longer. So there are these kind of things that you are looking into. Thank you very much.
All right. I want us to go to page 135 of the bundle, DG. It's a response, you'll see that the document starts on page page 132.
So, sorry, Commissioner, I just want to check for lack of my understanding. Are we gonna be arranged lunch? I'm just worried that I'm not coping. I want to make sure that I don't want to die whilst answering your question.
Lunch is available.
Oh, not
Lunch is available, Commissioner, but I'll be guided by the chair because contrary to my assumption, she also has time constraints. So,
Yeah, no, thank you for that question, DG. Our program was scheduled to end at 1:30.
Oh.
So I have a flight back to eThekwini at 7 p.m. in Johannesburg. So we can proceed until around 22, quarter to 3. I do appreciate that most of us are hungry. We are going to maybe have to have a working lunch. I think that might be the best option for us. I am, however, aware of the time. We have invited both subs as well as correctional services. And I would like to also give them the opportunity to engage with yourself. So I'm going to request DG when we respond, I'm just also noting the time. We are averaging around 15 minutes in responding to the question. If we can maybe try to truncate our responses and limit it to the direct question that's being asked, it's going to assist us to be able to deal with the direct matters, but also have the opportunity for correctional services as well as subs to engage. PM, how many other questions and maybe estimates do you have?
I would say, principally, I have 3.
3 questions.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we also have jigs. So let's do this, PM. Are they interrelated? Are you able to ask them at the same time and then allow the DG to respond? We take the lunch, go to lunch, have everyone dish up, come back to allow jigs, correctional services and subs to engage. Is that possible?
I'm happy to ask them, but they're not necessarily related. Yeah, so I'm happy to ask if that's indirect, and then they can also respond.
Make the notes, DG, please. She'll ask the questions, make the notes, and then respond to each of the questions. And then we will proceed with the discussion.
It's in order, thank you.
Okay.
Just trying to think of. All right, let me start with this. Okay, the question that I was going to is the one on page 135, and I was just showing you that it's related, it starts from 132. And the question I wanted to ask is, given all the challenges that you've mentioned that your department has, capacity, technical skills, and the like, there's a response from SARS on page 135, where they say, during the period preceding the 2024-2025 financial year, SARS applied to DWI in very urgent matters for permission to conduct certain limited maintenance itself at non-devolved stations due to security or service delivery consideration. Once approval had been received, the work was performed from SAP's budget under the supervision of DPWI, either by building services unit or contractor where the work was outsourced. This included the painting of stations, repairs of detention facilities, the upgrading of security infrastructure stations, the installation of alternative power sources such as solar power systems, and other limited repairs that were urgently required. And they further said this arrangement, however, changed in the 2024-2025 financial year. DWI informed SAPS that the exceptions which were previously approved are considered an erosion of their mandate and will no longer be authorized. Future facility needs would only be managed through the UAMP. And the question then, DG, is in view of the challenges that you have, why was the authorization for departments to undertake urgent work taken back? In view of the challenges that you say you have? That's the first question. And also perhaps related to that question is a question that we asked Mr. Matala to say, you are a specialist department, and that's why I'm assuming you have a function for infrastructure. But your own admission, erosion of staff again, you are not able to deliver at the level expected of you. And the question then is, why should you still retain this mandate for infrastructure if you cannot deliver at the expected level? That's the second question related to the first. And the third question I wanted to ask is about the the public-private partnership strategy. You said there are 30 tenders that have been advertised. If you can just get an indication of whether any of them are linked to the Northwest, are they part? Is it part of the projects that we're specifically talking about today? And perhaps then the last question, it could be your closing remarks, is just briefly outline, because you've mentioned a lot of things, a lot of challenges. What is it that your department takes accountability for in the present scenario? In the interest of time, let me stop there. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe let me ask Mrs. Smart to discuss the issue of the projects advertising on close.
All right, Chair. Chair, I was more in my mind processing mostly the one that is of interest. Most. Which is the devolution, mostly on that one. Chair, if I may say, if you may allow DG just for myself to revise on that one, I would really be appreciative. I think the DG has said it adequately. That is our position now. The public works is building capacity. And we are on the road to ensure that in the next coming few months or so, we are responsive to the needs of our client. Moreover, what we have done is that we are also working towards building a relationship with the Wetland Department to really come up with a collaborative approach, because we have also understand that they do have skill on their part or capacity, but in reality that capacity is limited because it's not their commanded to do infrastructure development. I will give you just an example. The DOD has got the technical capacity in the army that it can collaborate with our capacity. So is the DCS. And we also, I'm informed, the SAPS has also got some technicians. So what we have said is that, because look, we cannot contest the mandate of the police. And we cannot judge the police on their basis, on the basis of their mandate in terms of performance. And therefore, jump a pendulum of saying that we also want to do policing in our party. That will be, to a large extent, unfair on the side of our colleagues. And therefore, what we need to do, we need to support them. To say, look, in terms of our mandate as SAPS, how do we then identify priority projects? We are busy now, Chair, to look at the priorities in terms of the access across the country, not only Northwest. Which prison cells they want us to prioritize. And within that, what capacity do they have so that that capacity can work with us? So that we are able to say, prison 1, 2, 3, 10 will be done in a collaborative manner. And then executing the work on time. That is the collaboration we're talking about. And I don't want to come to the meeting and say, no, in the past we've given SAPS, we've given TCS, we're not happy there. No, we don't want it, because there's quite a lot of argument for and against that particular approach. So what we are proposing now is a collaborative approach that seeks to say, look, if you've got capacity, let us work together and deliver the work. And moreover, we don't want to create a silo approach. Because the silo approach creates this anomaly that at some point the client department believes that they must replicate public works capacity. We've seen that we are working, we're on the ground, we work with client departments. But what we have also observed is that there has been a distance in terms of communication between ourselves and client departments. That has created that anomaly. So, for example, with regard to Sun City Police Station, which has been a serious problem for many years. We went there with the generals. We agreed that we need, the team has identified the land, local land from Trinidad for leaders. We have agreed that we relocated the police station from Sun City to the local area where the local leadership is given. And we have agreed that the SAPS will do some of the planning work. I mean, our team will do part of the planning work as the SAPS. We also agreed that we will allow the SAPS to procure the park homes whilst we seek to deliver the infrastructure. So we work on project basis, Chair, where we say, this is what we do, this is what we do. Same applies to Western Cape, where the police station is falling apart. We have agreed on a number of issues. The only thing that we need to do, we need to improve on our capacity to communicate and agree on specific programs. But as the DG have said, we are really embarking on our side to build capacity to ensure that we turn around this. But what will inform us better is when we receive the project list from the informed by the user asset management plan, which we don't have at the moment. And that is one thing that we need to improve on the user asset management. Because that is what will inform our priorities. So once that has been completed, we can then be held accountable. And because at the moment, as the teacher said, we are firefighters. There's fire given the whole rush together. There's fire not the whole rush together. There's no plan that informs our program. And perhaps the DDG can speak about the projects. But we are moving towards advertising some of the store projects and other programs as well. But the DDG can speak on that. That's Oh, okay. Okay. We do have a number of project of properties that we seek to optimize for three purposes. One is for government use.
Yeah, maybe through you, DG. In the interest of time, the question is, are any of those, we got background information about that project. I wanted to know those that have been advertised, are any of those in the Northwest or do any of those advertised related to detention facilities?
No. We will get it with the list. We have a workshop, by the way, with the SAPS that we are trying to arrange before the July. Coming out of that workshop, we get the full picture. But so far, we have not identified any sort of instance.
I think maybe let me take this opportunity, Commissioner, to thank you for inviting us. We really appreciate the level of engagement. It's very interesting. I think I've grown as a man today for leading what you guys have actually raised with us, and it's actually gonna make me a better teacher tomorrow. And I believe that my colleagues witnessing the stress that I'm actually experiencing in front of you would appreciate my action next week, why I'm behaving a particular way. And I think also understanding that there are certain timeframes that we need to meet. I really appreciate it, and I must say to you, thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
No, thank you, DG. We are not yet done.
I thought she said I must do conclude
No,
Oh, okay.
No, not yet, DG. I also have a number of questions that I have. But I also want to give the clients, your clients, the opportunity to engage. So what we have agreed to is that we'll have a working lunch. Or there is a damper to our plans. Apparently, we are not allowed to eat in the chamber, which means we are going to have to eat like soldiers in the interest of service delivery. A maximum of 15 minutes. It's a lot of time, DG. Just to grab something to eat, to hold forth for later. Let's take 15 minutes, come back so that we can engage. We'll start with subs, thereafter correctional services, and thereafter jigs. I'm informed jigs is also present. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes. DG, we have requested you to engage with Mr. Corbus on page 90. We are hoping that also during lunch you'll be able to do that so that we can do it after lunch, yes. So colleagues, the time is now 28 minutes after 2 o'clock. At 45 minutes or 43 minutes after 2 o'clock, let's please be back and we will proceed in that order. Thank you so much. for respecting the time. I hope that you were able to enjoy lunch. And thank you very much for doing so quickly. As indicated, we will then move to the after lunch session. We will begin with the general toilet of SAPS with commentary, reflections, questions as the client. You have been with us the whole day, General, and you may also be able to assist us as the Human Rights Commission. We are listening to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure respond to consent hearings. Insofar as there may be gaps in our own understanding, we are relying on ourselves as a client itself to be able to fill those gaps. So please be as open as you possibly can, as transparent as you can, and fearless, so that we may be able to get closer to ensuring that we achieve our aims. So I'll hand over to yourself, General. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much, Commissioner, and let me also take this opportunity to thank the Human Rights Commission for initiating this process. Actually, it is long overdue. I'm not going to waste time, Commissioner. It is true that there are serious problems, particularly between ourselves as a client, SAPS, and DPWR. We came to this hearing, Commissioner DG, with the understanding that we all have a responsibility in terms of the law to discharge our duties and responsibility in a particular set standard. What we need to be looking into, Commissioner, before I get to the team, maybe DPWI DG needs to look at whether currently the way you are constituted and you are dealing with issues of construction, maintenance, of facilities, the custodianship. Do you have to decentralize your functions? Because clearly there are capacity challenges from your side, which leads to what I see as contradictions. Commissioner, in the submission of the DG, speaks of DPW not having artisans and specialists as one of the challenges that is there. But in the same breath, DG also talks about the increasing of the budget to DPW. The very same budget which, in my view, is not going to be addressing the issue of capacity or skills, which is, in my view, only going to cause problems of outsourcing. Commissioner Nobo asked DG the issue that we raised as SAPS, that we received a communicate your goods from your good selves where you were saying we are encroaching in your mandate as SAPS. Unfortunately, in the discharging of our responsibility as SAPS, we are expected to do that immediately and not postpone issues that need to be addressed. Hence, we wanted to especially to attend to our non-devolved stations and address issues before they escalate. Commissioner, we are seated here today as a result of the inspections that you conducted 2023 at 20 of the police stations in this province. From the submissions by DPWP today, we are still very far from getting answers. Not only in terms of time frames, but also in terms of coming up with clear cogent plans and what needs to be done to address those issues. Whilst we are here debating and deliberating about these sites that we visited, just here across the road, the detective offices have been closed. The Department of Labor, because we have been communicating with DPWP. It starts with a silly, it escalates to something very serious. And then I'm not sure whether it's what people have come to believe that that's bureaucratic red tape with government. But unfortunately, it impacts not only on the detainees, but even our employees in terms of safety and security. So if we are going to say, for example, that no, DPWP says Treasury must increase the budget allocation, but we also, in the same breath, DG say, no, it is the client, whether it's correctional services or subs, that gives you the money to say, here's the money, and then we come here and we talk about project management being complex and affair. It is not assisting anybody. It is not assisting us, because why then would Treasury increase your budget? Why would Treasury not give me my budget and then I go with the procurement route? Because then that's where then we start experiencing this thing that we are encroaching in each other's mandates. So from our side, Commissioner, we believe that the issues that you identified when you were visiting our sites are far from being resolved, given the presentation that we have listened to here. And it only exacerbates the frustrations that we are having. You came this morning to say it's not a blame game. It's not a blame game. It's cutting to the chase and addressing the problems that confront us. You will see from the team, because that's why sometimes when the officials were responding, some of us, we were shaking our heads and whatever, because we believe that if that was the situation, it could have been resolved a long time ago. It's not just capacity challenges. The issue that was raised earlier to say we inherited as the PWP buildings from many months ago. It's flawed, DG, in the sense that some of the facilities that we inherited were of the highest quality and standard, compared to the new projects that are initiated by public works, where even contracts are given to less suitable, less qualified individuals. You get a new police station that gets built now, less than a year, there's serious defects and defaults. So we need to really sit down and say, where is the problem and if it ain't broken, let's not try to fix it. Because the problem is with the structuring and giving of facilities to DPW. We believe strongly so as such that they are overwhelmed. They are overwhelmed because we are not the only client for them. But some of us, the type of work that we are dealing with, is work that cannot, be postponed and be, suspended for whatever reason of time. It's about security, it's about this thing. It's not only about maintenance, it's about generators, it's about this thing. So some of these problems, including electricity at our facilities, is a serious problem. So we need to hear from DPW to say, have they thought about maybe, devolving, decentralizing some of these issues to be line function responsibility so that we cut a lot of the red tape and these things that are there. Because some of these things we can do them, but because of the responsibility lying somewhere else, we are hamstrung, we are unable to do these things. And that is precisely what has led to what the DG was talking about, this thing of the construction mafia, of people, the tendering processes. That is the elephant in the room that needs to be addressed. Because even the former artisans and whatever, you go to, for example, ESCOM commission, you find technical people leaving ESCOM, going out and coming back as consultants. That's what is happening even in government and in the state. You find employees of not only going out, that's why us as subs, even in our supply chain environment, we started a process of saying we need to screen our own employees because they get access to these things, they know how the system works, and then they start even saying, oh, for me to be able to do this thing, a tap that can be fixed for 200 rand, I will go out and send it out on tender, and then it will come up as 5,000. That's corruption of the West order, and it can't be that we sit here as government, particularly in my environment, and we say people abandon contracts simply because they were threatened by the construction mafia. Criminality is criminality. Now, if it affects me, what about other departments? So, but the truth of the matter is, I think, and I don't think public works the way it is constituted by giving it everything, it will not be able to cope. That's why DG says, not even in his own lifetime, he thinks that these problems will be. As we are seated here, the problems are getting worse and worse. So I'm just gonna give to General Story just to clarify some of the questions that were asked and the issues that were not adequately responded to. But seriously, something needs to be done because it is not only about the rights of detainees, it's about even employees that are affected by some of these challenges.
Thank you, Chairperson. The first one is regarding the joint maintenance.
Can I just ask a question? I just want to get clarity. I forgot to ask. I just want to get clarity.
Yes, you may.
Commissioner, I want to ask who raised who raised the complaint with yourselves? Who wrote to you about what we are discussing? I just want to know what is the source of the information. Thank you.
DG, we have been here since 9 o'clock.
Yes, I'm just remembering now.
Yes.
I didn't ask.
But the reason I'm saying this is because we have been engaging with yourselves for a number of months.
Yeah.
Starting from more than a year ago, where we sent you the results of our monitoring outcomes. Nowhere in any of the reports we sent you did we say there's a complaint. We have said through the exercise of our powers, monitoring exercises, these are the results. So we don't have a specific complainant. We have outcomes of monitoring exercises. Is that okay?
No, I'm fine. I just wanted to clarify that because I'm very worried, but it's fine.
Maybe please hand over the to the team so that I said in my opening remarks, this is not an adversarial session. We are all here working together. So if the DG is worried, you may particularly need to clarify what is the worry.
No, why I'm worried is because both DGs are not here now. They are not in this meeting. I'm alone. And I want to avoid that particular thing to happen in any platform forever because let me indicate why. We sit in a structure called FOSAC, all of us as DGs. And what I run away from, because I sit with General Masimula at his level, and I sit with Tomahal at his level. And the challenge I would face, maybe, when we discuss the mandate here, I will have a big problem with that. I thought I'm Subpoena to come here to respond to these specific projects without questioning my authority. Because my worry, Chair, your guidance after everything has been said and done. This includes a special, if you like, joint committees in Parliament, where there was something written out in the paper. Total lies, no research, nothing. And I responded in the paper. But in this platform, this is special because you are also an institution that is independent. So why I was actually getting worried is because I'm trying to listen to the comments and I'm asking who actually raised the comment. Because I personally, as a DG, I can't accept that a provincial department says I must remove my mandate just because I'm failing. That's my biggest problem. So that's why I was just maybe clarifying that. But anyway, we can proceed, Commissioner. I'll take it like it is now.
No, thank you very much. The Commissioner for SAPS is here on the invitation of the South African Human Rights Commission. This session is a subpoena hearing which is being held by the South African Human Rights Commission in exercising our powers as per the Constitution and the MNP legislation. The outcomes of this process are going to be the outcomes of the South African Human Rights Commission. In terms of the power given to us, we have the right to engage any stakeholder at any level to assist us in reaching our goals, whether that is the DG or whether it's the provincial commissioner. The provincial commissioner, because he is deployed in the province, has a better and more intimate understanding of the challenges that we are dealing with in this province, which is why, according to the Human Rights Commission, the provincial commissioner is best suited to be able to assist the commission, not the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, the commission, in being able to get to the bottom of the issues that we are trying to deal with. So we understand the inquiry or the query, DG, but I hope that this explanation assists you to understand the importance for us as the commission in having the provincial commissioner here to be able to assist us in dealing with these matters. So with that, I want to thank the provincial commissioner and that is requested by the Commissioner. Jobe, you then have the floor. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. My first comment is on day-to-day maintenance, which if on day-to-day maintenance, you can address all the emergencies, block pipes and all those. So you can't sustain maintenance of a building through that because we call it supply today, next time we call it again, it's do the same thing with different water. We should not run away from the planned maintenance. I think that's what is very critical. So for day-to-day maintenance, my request is that on the amendments, on the increase of the threshold in terms of the scope that needs to be covered for the 1 year. If we can get them, we've already submitted our comments on that. And then number two, on the issue of the electricity issues where generators and police stations are not working, we have requested what the commissioner said, that we be given an authorization because we have put contracts in place. We are placing inverters and solar panels at police stations and this event, but we can't put at 90 volt. They must still sit with generators that are not working. They must still sit with generators. If they are working, then they must be up and down with the diesel and everything, which is very costly. But if everyone's off, it's better. So I'm not saying the DG must relinquish his authority, but I just wanted to find out if maybe they cannot review the decisions, so then we can put the inventories at dispositions where members are expected to work during the night in the dark. And then with regard to the detention facilities, which is the third issue, my request is the same. There isn't the in terms of our infrastructure safety plan, which is linked to the national policing safety strategy. We have focused on the opening of the closed detention facilities. The reason being that we have stations that must arrest, drive to different stations to go detain. Tomorrow morning they must go fetch the person. Sometimes it's 40 kilometers or 50 kilometers, but it's so all what they do is transporting people up and down because the cells are there, but they're not working. So what we request, we indicated that our infrastructure maintenance services would be able, because we do have a contract that National Treasury has put in place for us for building material. So we're able to procure material and then our artisans do the job. So if maybe that can also be reviewed, will be happy, especially for the non-developed positions that have been closed and are for the provinces. The third issue is what we discussed with Babu Sibande during the break earlier, that maybe if because there's a lot of stations that we've submitted to their office for issue of cells that are closed, stations that members are expected to carry water with buckets to the police station, and where water issues need to be, and then the issue of generators. But that was not approved, and I indicated to say maybe what we can do for the projects that we have, because it's a long list. Then if, I'm not sure if the PWP is still existing, but if that is existing, then we would combine the artisans, so that we can then identify other property, then we attack them. We know that maybe in a year we can do 30, next election again we do 50. So that will actually address so many critical areas that we are affected. Then in terms of the I just wanted to clarify the issue of the confirmation of funding. Though I know for a fact that it has already been. When it comes to planned maintenance, we pay to NDPW the 1.7 billion every year, which is paid on a quarterly basis, which the National Treasury instruction says part of that money must be utilized for maintenance of police stations. Ombudsman knows that we try to go to the provinces to go and assess what maintenance projects are there. Like indicated, this for some time now, since 2018, there are no new projects unless if there's a crisis like what Ombudsman has indicated. So the more delay in terms of addressing planned maintenance issues at police stations, then it grows to be a chemical project, which they know very well that the budget has been cut into half. We don't have money for chemical project. So that's why I think Ombudsman was trying to really go to page 89 because that's where the chemical projects are. But the problem was the pre-maintenance, which we pay at the beginning of the quarter. And what we did, maybe just for the purpose of the Human Rights Commission, what we did, we submitted a letter to National Treasury because we wanted clarification of the multiplier rates that they increase of rates every year, whereas projects are sitting in the WCS for more than 10 years, they are building a design. So that was for Mainstream's problem to say you're pumping money 1% every year, a project that just for submission or the placement of a generator must start with site levels, must go to building and design, 3 years down the line, 4 years, then still maybe to be evaluated, and 7 years down the line, you're still fighting for a generator to be placed. So that's the reason why we requested the DG to really have mercy on us on those ones. And we on pay maintenance, like I said, we pay before the quarter starts. There was a time, I want to be honest, that last year we because we were writing letters since I came in 2018 and no response. Then we said to Mr. Commissioner, let's just stop paying so that then the DG submits a report to say what are they doing with that money? What's the portion of the plan maintenance? Because we went to the Popo, there was only one project for the last 10 years that was completed. We went to Northwest, I think there were 2 or 3 projects that were completed for the last 10 years. Now the question is, for the last 10 years we've been paying something like 1.6, 1.7 billion. But is this what now our members must be exposed to? We just wanted that to be considered. And the other issue is, I wanted to know from Udiji Kamuti, is there any strategy for leased police stations? Leased police stations is a serious problem because landlords get their rentals, they don't maintain, they don't care, police stations have been closed, they don't care. There's DPCI that is working from their cabinet since last year because the building was closed. There's Bacon Bay is a municipal office. I think you've seen it on the media. It's people have been chased out. They are working from a lorry. The whole station is working from a lorry. So it's so much of an embarrassment to the SAPS because remember at that time when it's in the media, there's no TPW behind the National Commissioner. The National Commissioner will have to explain. You have got responsibility in terms of the OHS Act. What did you do to create a safe and secure environment for the members? So the leased buildings is a serious problem. We are inspecting the leased buildings. We are submitting letters to DPW to say, hey, there's a problem here. Can the landlord please try 1 and 2 and 3 and 4? And that also goes further for the leased buildings because DPW gave us authorization in 2018, 2017, whatever, to do the security upgrades at police stations, which was still busy in terms of priorities. But the challenge comes with the leased stations because you still need to beg the landlord to do the perimeter wall and whatever else. So maybe if Utiji can just indicate what can we do to discipline these landlords that are just neglecting us as if we are just small cats within a building. The other issue is the pending meeting between ourselves and National Treasury. They confirmed that there will be a meeting to discuss that accommodation charges letter and the savings letter that we have submitted to their office. And I think that's all from my side. Not just maybe also to rectify Shami, but we do have the obligation in terms of the GIA to submit the UN. You cannot not submit. So we are submitting with proof. We're submitting both to National Treasury and to the every year. So then we can give proof. We do submit the UN. Thank you so much.
For purposes of the record, are you able to clarify what a UN is?
It's a user asset management plan, which is a plan that has an assessment record of all the buildings occupied by SARS. All if 3,000, 3,000 in that. Then it shows the condition of each building, the square meterage, how big is it, and if it's this one, it shows actually also how much we're paying because we attach on the UN, we attach the master document on the leases and the master document on the state facilities.
that is our submission, Commissioner. If there are questions, comments, we will respond.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'm trying to make sense of how we manage time. We are 3:02. The maximum we can go to is 4. DG, has your team been making notes of the submission themselves? Will you be able to manage if I take correctional services and fix and then allow you to give a holistic, if there are outstanding responses needed, they can always be supplemented in writing as a follow-up. I've also just, in terms of your other question, been advised by the PM that as you would have seen the National Commissioner for Correctional Services, the National Commissioner for SARS was also invited. But because they are not subpoenaed, they are not compelled to be here. So it is their prerogative to attend or to delegate the competent officials. I hope that also assists. So with that, colleagues, I'm going to then, is it your sign, Water, and your team?
I thought you were asking them a question.
No, I was asking who is going to respond, yes. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good afternoon to the colleagues of the Commission. I also acknowledge the presentation from the PWI as well. Commissioner, I'll be brief, then I'm going to hand over to Director Sono. He's the regional head facilities in this region, so he will be better equipped to respond to some of this. But yes, I'm Rian Boot, I'm the Deputy Commissioner responsible for facilities on a national basis. Chair, just to be brief, I think just to give you some overview, currently we have 243 correctional centers, and of those, we only have 15 new generation of correctional centers. So it's an indictment on us because since 1994, we were only able to construct 15 new correctional centers. So we sit with this backlog that we need to phase out the prisons, transform that into centers of rehabilitation. So we need to regain bed spaces, but at the same time, we also need to construct. So that is what the biggest challenge is currently when it comes to overcrowded conditions. So just to give you some background, currently we have 107,067 approved bed spaces in the department, with an average inmate population of about 165,000. So we need to construct at least another 50,000 bed spaces. And if you look at the cost to construct a bed space, I will get into that now just to give you that background. Currently, we have 2 correctional centers currently under construction. In Burgersdorp is one in Paris, and I think the Burgersdorp, we must give hand to Public Works. This is one of the better projects that I've experienced in the last 30 years. That project's actually in front of schedule, and we also expect to open that center in September this year. Chair, when it comes to the budget, we talked a lot, and I think when the DG responded, and the question was our National Treasury to blame, I think the DG was a bit diplomatic and they tried to be a gentleman, but the challenge that we're sitting with, if you look at our budget for this NTFF last financial year until 2026-2027, our budget cut only on facilities on maintenance and capital is 1.1 billion. So last financial year, the budget cut on facilities, maintenance and capital was 317 million cut. This year, 332 million cut, and next financial year, almost 350 million. So it's going to have impact, Commissioner, on the way forward, especially when we need to transform correctional centers. So I just want to put that on the record that we are challenged when it comes to budget, and we also have in-house capacity. So the argument that Public Works don't have the capacity, perhaps it's real, but we also have capacity in DCS. So if we have adequate budget, at least we can do some of these maintenance projects in-house with our inmates, what we call own resources projects. Chair, then if you look at our budget, last financial year, at the end, 30 April 2025, we've overspent, our overexpenditure on our capital and maintenance was 205%. So that is actually unauthorized expenditure. But we settled with the dilemma that we need to balance between section 1 of the Public Finance Management Act that talked about over expenditure, unauthorized expenditure versus occupational health and safety. So that is a problem that we're currently sitting with. Chair, I'm going to hand over to Director Solno. He will go into some of these questions, specifically with regard to some of these projects. But thanks for the opportunity I submit. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Bott, and good afternoon to the Commission and the colleagues in the boardroom. I'll also summarize, because a lot has been said since the morning that we've been here. But what I can highlight, maybe it's a question or a comment from Public Works. We were given the instruction for devolution of day-to-day maintenance. And under that communication, there were a number of activities that still reside with Public Works. And the same activities that still reside with Public Works, we're still having challenges where they are not being materialized. I'll give you an example. We still have boilers that are within the jurisdiction of Public Works responsibilities, but we do not have that services from Public Works side. I'm just mentioning one. And as a whole, under Northwest, as much as the boilers are not affected, the same goes to our responsibilities, DCS and Public Works. Public Works on the communication has been saying that they will be responsible for bulk activities, talking about bulk supply of electricity, bulk supply of water. And in most cases, we still don't have the services of Public Works when we need them. Example of Royhorn having challenges of electricity. When we get to log a call, we are told no, that the function is being devolved to the end user. And we then start to debate as to who's responsible, whereas the communication came to say, as Public Works will deal with bulk, as the end user, you then deal with the listed item. So we still have that challenge as a whole. Then, when it comes to projects, Chair, I also wished that from Public Works we had timelines on the report, because previously when we met, we raised the same issue that these projects that are running under Northwest, they've been running for so long, and every time we meet, the timelines to complete these projects keep on shifting. Now, we are here again, maybe a year later after we met, and sort of timelines are still not concrete to say when will grants be completed, when will Poch be completed. At the same time, we are suffering the overcrowding, because under Northwest alone, when we completed the number of space we lost due to renovation projects, which we appreciate, we need to renovate the centers. But if we lose a base space of 1,200 plus for over 5 years period, it then affects the operations of DCS. So those timelines are key for us to be able to measure whether we are progressing in the right direction. But as things stand, in terms of projects, we are not moving. We are on a standstill. Example of Brest was given for construction in 2019. The project was meant to be for 12 months. We are now in 2025, almost 8-9 years later, and it's a small project. So I wish that we can also have that priority to say, Brest is a small project, can be done in 6 months. The outstanding work will be done within this financial year, and by March, maybe from Public will say, no, by March you then get Brest back to DCS. So it's a concern. I won't mention line by line. We have we have given a portion in 2018 for renovation. Even today, that portion is still on road, and there's no contractor on site. So I wish that we had those timelines. And at the same time, if I can also maybe provide an advice to the colleagues on public works, there are other projects where we are seeing progress in as much as it's not what we have loved to see. Project like Claxton, where the project is big, the facility is big, and then the project was cut into phases to say we're not gonna hand over the whole facility to public works to say you're going to renovate. It was divided into 3 phases. We give them 1 wing for renovation for a period of 2 years, even though now we are sitting on the 3rd year. So maybe the strategy should look into that to say where we are dealing with the bigger facilities, rather phase it so that we implement it in phases and the correctional facilities is not affected as a whole. That is one. And then the issue of close monitoring of professionals, we have encountered a lot on projects that the consultants that are being appointed on projects, they don't really account to the Department of Public Works, which is also our concern. You find a QS, for example, is supposed to consolidate what is required on the project, give reports to Public Works, but in a number of meetings you find that QS is not coming to site, that QS is not delivering as per what is required. So if there were strict in the managing of professionals, that will also help us to realize improvement of the project. Chair, I think I'll end at that and wish that maybe once the report from Public Works is submitted, we'll then have an oversight of it so that we can maybe work together with them or give comments. Thanks. I'll hand over to the Regional Commissioner.
Thanks, Chair. Quickly, I think we dwelt a lot on page 90 of the Human Rights Commission's report, but I just want to emphasize on item number 9, which is the replacement of the water supply network and internal planning at Hong. I think it will be tremendous of justice if we can go out of this hearing without it. It is a real challenge. We set in various storage facilities, I think Kamatala will know, and even at Subpoena, all the deliberation in our PPC of the Northwest regarding the issue of water at Hong. As of last week, offenders were to go on strike because they don't have water. If they don't have water, there is no water, and it's very cold. I just want to be an appeal to the president. We had numerous and several meetings regarding the projects in Northwest at provincial levels, and to no avail. And hence, I need to emphasize that I mean, if you look at this project, initially it's very 240,000 is something that can be done quickly, faster, and simpler. But yet, we are sitting at it after a very long period of additional into. So, I will further suggest that we should also look in terms of the project that can be quickly addressed and hand over. We received the grants since 2016. That the grant was supposed to be finalized for a year. We are almost 7 years down the line. That is not yet finalized, and it was supposed to be ended over in 2018, supposed to be finalized in 2019. I mean, from 2018 to 2019 for a 12-month project. Here we are, and it is not yet. I just want to emphasize on that page 9. My last admission, Chair, is with regard to the issue of the triple P. I think as a department, we are currently having the 2 triple Ps, which is sitting at Bloemfontein and at Limpopo. But maybe it's the issue of the model, because in that model that we are having, is that the private partner is operating, which makes it very much expensive. Maybe the question of the model is that we build and the DCS will operate in terms of the because at the moment operate, they are built and operate. But the good thing about that model is that they finished the project in time and within the allocated resources. So they did not go beyond the budget, they did not go beyond the time that was allocated for them. So if you check in terms of the delay on this page 19, it's because the projects are going beyond their scope. I mean, you cannot have a project of 2016 and expect that it's gonna still be 2 million. It's gonna be way above the 2 million. I think that is one of the areas that our colleagues in the DPWI should look into, that the project completion date definitely is the root cause of where we are. And I can simply even say that our money reduction into the budget allocation is because the monies that have been allocated for this particular financial year are not spent. Therefore, Treasury will not provide you any additional fund if you could not spend 50 million of the previous financial year. So they'll keep on cutting up until we have the capacity to show that we are able to spend what is allocated. So we cannot blame Treasury that they are reducing. It's because the allocated funds have not been spent, so they cannot provide where we are spending. Let me submit a check and appreciate for the time.
Thank you so much. May I check with GSC if there's, with TCS, if there are more questions or submissions? None. Thank you. Before I move to GXDG, are you able to provide some clarity? I had this question, I heard it raised by subs, I'm hearing it raised by correctional services again. I heard in your submission, DG, that maintenance projects from 0 to 1 million are the responsibility of the client. But in terms of information by both clients, it seems that that is not the case. The Recon example is one, but there are a few others. Are you able to just quickly clarify, DG, if I heard you correctly, that project 1 million below, you leave to the jurisdiction of the client?
Okay, Commissioner. So we have delegated day-to-day arrangements to client departments. They vary from department to department. I know a decision was taken by the former minister to increase that threshold to 1 million rand, but that has subsequently expired. But at the moment, client departments and DCS do have delegation. I think the question that has been asked by SEPS is to expand the scope so that it is more than just day-to-day maintenance, but it can also cover minor works that can be executed by SAPS. That is exactly the way I understood General Sitole. And what we discussed in a meeting together with General Fadi, General Sitole, and the head of PMTE, which is also the first paragraph on page 135 that they make reference to. And I think that is where the DG and the head of PMTE will now apply their mind, so that there is no real limitation. So that delegation, it talks to menial or minor maintenance, what the client is saying. So in addition to that, if we have a threshold, whether it be 500,000 or a million rand, if we can do a generator set at Roycom, please expand the scope so that it's not just to fix the doorknob or to fix anything that is small. So that's really, I think, that we will go back as a department and revert to the client and obviously give you that recommendation in our report. I don't know if through you, Chair, if General Sitole is, I've got it correct, and Dr. Bota.
So the question, relates to the earlier submission by the DG, that projects 1 million below are left to the jurisdiction of the client. According to your submission, Mr. Samuels, you are saying that was the case, but that determination has expired. So it's only projects that are day to day, is that correct?
My apologies, Chair, if I was, no, it hasn't expired. The delegation is still with the client. What I was indicating is that because of some challenges that we had as public works, the former minister increased that threshold to R1 million. But that particular threshold has expired. What I was trying to explain is that they still have the delegation for day-to-day maintenance, but only for doing menial day-to-day maintenance, not what SAPS and correctional services requires in terms of doing additional work to them. Hence, the request to public work to revise the submission that was sent to them so that they may do more.
Mr. Samuels, the submission of the DG was that maintenance projects of 1 million and below are the jurisdiction of the client. Your submission is that that dispensation has expired. It is not the case that maintenance projects of 1 million and below, so up 0 to 1 million, are the jurisdiction of the client. So if Rothfond has a water pump maintenance problem that is budgeted for 240,000 rand, they are able to do that maintenance themselves. You are saying the former minister had allowed that to take place up until 1 million, but that has since expired. And I'm trying to understand your submission and the DG submission have inherent contradictions. And I'm trying to understand which one should be the understanding that we live with today. So maybe let me hand over to the DG Taran.
So, to be the Commissioner,
Yes.
maybe I'm not communicating. So, the million rand, so let me explain this way. The threshold for all kinds of departments of 500,000. Because of particular challenges we had at a particular point, the former minister increased it to R1 million up to a point in March, I can't remember exactly, March 2023.
Yes.
That R1 million is what has expired. But the devolution of maintenance, menial maintenance, according to that communication that was sent out, SAPS, DCS, Justice, and other clients will still execute that work. But the only what has been revised expired is the R1 million threshold.
So the threshold now is 500,000.
Yeah, I'm speaking under correction because I'm a bit lost for the actual amount. And maybe.
You see, Mr. Samuel, the reason that we need to be specific is because we have a serious threat that is being posed by offenders at Royal Fund due to 240,000 rand maintenance. According to your submission, the threshold is 500,000. So the question for us would be, if the threshold is 500,000, why is it that Royal Fund are unable to conduct that maintenance for themselves if the budget is, or the estimated budget is 240? Do you understand the question?
My apologies, the threshold for SAPS is 100,000. I did indicate, I'm not sure exactly what the threshold was for the different client department, but for SAPS it's 100,000.
And for correctional services? Mr. Samuel, what is the threshold according to the Department of Public Works?
For SAPS it's the same.
For correctional services, it's 100,000 rand. So for whom is it 500,000 rand?
Confused. But the threshold for SAPS and correctional services is 100,000.
Okay, I'm going to move now to jigs. The reason that this is important this question is important is because if we hadn't gone back to it, the record would have shown that according to the submission of the DG, the threshold was 1 million. Then it moved to 500,000 as per your submission, and now it's moved for the third time to 100,000. I'm now going to invite Dr. Porter, and thereafter I'm going to move to Jakes. Over to you, Dr. Porter.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think this is a typical example. You can just imagine at station level what confusion there are. Who's responsible for what? I think this is a typical example. Our threshold in terms of day-to-day is 1 million for day-to-day, but there's classifications of day-to-day. So certain work we are not allowed to do in terms of the delegation of the 1 million. But some projects we do execute with the approval of public work, then we go beyond 1 million. But it depends on the classification. So there was a letter that came from Public Works where they specify what type of work we can execute under the auspices of day-to-day 1 million rand. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you for that clarity. So what we will request, DG, when we round up is a list of the items that can be maintained under the day-to-day threshold and the maintenance projects that are allowed under the 1 million threshold. We then hand over to Jakes.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Morashid Mentor. I'm the Regional Manager for Northwest Limpopo, Mpumalanga in Gauteng provinces. I want to latch on what the Regional Commissioner, Mr. Tukona, said, and that is there's no water at Rooigrond, no running water at Rooigrond. According to me, it's 10 years, but I've heard people say 14 years. But definitely I can say there's no running water for 10 years. So let's stick to the 10 years for the purposes of this discussion. 3 years ago, the Portfolio Committee came to Rooigrond Correctional Center and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure indicated that the National Office will take over the project of the tender project to repair the running water. And that happened. For the last 3 years, nothing has happened. And before this meeting, one of the National Office staff of the DG's office confirmed that the tender process cannot proceed. Now, it is Jake's humble request if the DG can do an internal investigation.
Sorry, Mr. Mentor. The DG. If we can request colleagues, all of us will have an opportunity to speak, but let's respect whoever is on the floor. Thank you so much. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. So, as indicated this morning, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, somebody from the National Office confirmed that the tender process is no longer proceeding. So in other words, the inmates will still be without running water for a longer, much more than 10 years. But it's Jake's humble request, DG, if you can do an internal investigation, right, indicating where is the delay and when will this project envisaged to come to fruition. Because I think we need to be fair, Chairperson, to the DG, let him do an internal investigation and then we determine from there the way forward. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mentor. That was nice and crisp. Teaching Tagan. We are now coming towards closure. Not a problem, DG. Before they come in, DG, we are now at 49 minutes after 3 o'clock, and we are hoping that by 4 o'clock we would have wrapped up. So if we could give the majority of the time for closure to the DG and try to be as crisp as we possibly can. If there are any other follow-up responses that you may have, you are at liberty to supplement those responses in writing. This will not be the end of our engagements. It will be a pause for continuation. So I hand over to yourself, DDG, then Mr. Spande, and thereafter DG's Mtakazi.
Thank you. I wanted to perhaps, with the interest of time, deal with the Worthwood prison and to first indicate that it's not our intention to stop the project. And the project is continuing. We have a weekly sitting on all sorts of projects. And in that, for the Northwest, we've got Worthwood prison, we have Sahrc prison, we also have Sahrc prison. And we are tracking activities weekly, giving assignments on what needs to be done, and the team has to report back. Currently, where Worthwood is, it's at the stage where funding must be confirmed. We've had the funding should not be confirmed by DCS. It has to be confirmed within DPWI. Because we've had two contractors that have failed. We had a contractor that failed, and the second one that failed. We need to ensure that consequences are properly applied to those respective contractors, and that the legal team of the department applies the law. They demand letters, the demand from the contractors that funds should be paid back to the department. And we ensure that the legal processes are at an advanced stage. And that is where we currently are. The funding committee sits every month. We had a sitting last month on this specific project and requested that the legal documents be tightened. And the committee is going to sit again in the next 2 weeks, and funding can be made available for the project to proceed. Once the funding is made available, the documentation in terms of the tender document is ready, and we should be able to get a service of the contract using the panel of contractors that we have. That is the plan. Will provide the details in writing as well. There are a number of other projects that we mentioned, but perhaps we can write.
Thank you so much, DDG. Yes, what we'll request, DG, is that all of the projects, not just the ones that have been identified in the documents, but we'll ask you to just cover the province as comprehensively as possible and the status of outstanding projects. That will be most helpful, but we will send to yourselves our request in writing as well. Mr. Spande, and thereafter, DG.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I wanted to go into details in terms of how the budget has been cut over the period of time. Due to time constraints, I will submit, request through the DG to submit how the budget has been affected. But more than that, I just want to emphasize, Chair, that yes, indeed, we do have budgetary constraints, and the DG from DCS and stakeholder data portal is unlimited. And that is very clear because over the period of time, we've seen a dramatic reduction in terms of their budget during that time up to now. Over the period of time from 3 years, on average, their budget has been reduced by 400 million on average for the last 2 years. So automatically it tells you that there is a budget transfer of fund policies. It has serious implications. And as the colleague might have said, if you don't spend the money, Treasury take the money back. Some of the reasons that we wanted to pursue is for Treasury to reconsider allocating the budget back to public works and hold public works to account, and clients to make public works to account in terms of the expenditure. I think for us that is the bottom line in terms of how do we improve our performance. apart from the other interventions that the DG have said. There are issues that the colleagues have said in the house, the least police stations. We are currently working out to finalize the list of these police stations. We have already agreed through the DG, the minister, we've got a program that is called These Two. It looks into two interventions. There are private leases that we have with police stations, and they were engaging the landlords to take over those police stations through the program called These Two. The second one, we've got police stations that are owned by municipalities. Not only the land is owned by the municipalities, and we are using those police stations. And the municipalities are the west landlords in the name. They really don't want that, for example, Guatemala is one of the headlines. The municipality does not have the budget. In fact, they will never have the budget to improve. But what we have done, we've written a letter to the municipality to say, look, give us permission and ownership of the land, will improve, and then you will charge us rates in return. Then you will charge us in terms of the quality of the development asset, which is going to be far much higher than what you're charging us now. And then you recoup your land value over a period of time. So we're busy with those solutions. So there is a program in terms of the needs too. And I think in our workshop with the SAP as well, that also prompted one to say, look, it will be proper that also the workshop with the TCS. Sure. One of the reasons for the 40 is to look in terms of which areas of priorities we need to boldly agree upon. Which areas of collaboration do we both need to agree for, to agree upon? Because Chair, it will be disingenuous of us to say, look, go and do our work, and we don't take ownership, we don't even have the data in terms of what we are doing, because we've involved everything. We don't want to do that. As I've said, we want to collaborate, and as the DG have said, it might not be the correct platform to negotiate devolution in. But we've got a plan to meet with our colleagues and then discuss on how to collaborate. The second one, Chair, is that, of course, I think I must accept, and this was a brilliant proposal from the colleagues from DCS. We are engaging aggressively in terms of a triple P rollout. But as I've said earlier on, our triple P rollout does not replicate the primary function of the client department or substitute it. It only delivers the infrastructure and the facility management. It doesn't take away the primary function, which is to provide functional mandate, as the colleague have said in one of the presenting. We don't pursue that. And second, in terms of the financial model, I think that one we are very clear. We will be working with the various teams from internal building capacity. I think we are already almost done in terms of that capacity. We are appointing transitional advisors, we are appointing program managers. That process will be done by the end of the month. And that will assist us to bring in, to source skill and expertise that we don't have in government that much. And therefore, that will assist us to provide proper financial modeling in the large scale. That for me, Chair, will also form part of their workshop as well. Which projects do they want us to collaborate in terms of security? Because we're not going to pursue programs as public consulting. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner, for 1 minute, I think. Let me start by saying again, which I opened by, I said the DPW agrees with the findings of the Human Rights Commission. I'm not putting the same thing, we do agree. And DPW, I also agrees with what our clients, including JIX, on our website. I've taken notes of everything, and I think it's gonna be a good plan going forward to improve. And then maybe lastly, to go as far as saying, to call the chairperson to say this is not our last end of our engagement. So this is just part of the road to resolving this matter. So I believe that it then covers my frustration. So which then means that we'll have an opportunity to deal with everything that would have happened, including the gaps that I found myself struggling to deal with because some of the things were not coming out clearly. And then maybe to commit myself to the commission to say, anytime you call us, I will be here. And anytime you want more information, I'll try at this point, at this stage, to literally read it from the front and make sure that our clients, as they are sitting here, I don't see them as enemies, but they are partners in terms of what we need to do. And lastly, to thank you, Chairperson, for inviting me and my team, and to thank everybody who have traveled, and to wish everybody a good travel as you go back, and hope that the commission will provide us with a date next when we can come, so that at least going forward, one is able to indicate how far have we gone. And I think to emphasize what Provincial Commissioner Chokolo has raised about the simple issues like water, I think I will take that up, Chair, with the team, so that this matter is resolved immediately. If I was aware last week, it would be resolved by now. It's just that, you see, as you traverse through reports, just too many things I do, and you find that it might not have been raised higher as you have raised it now. So I think I read it in the report, but the way you raised it, it helped me now to say what we need to do. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Davale. I don't know if you will be able to quickly respond to that earlier question you were engaging, Mr. Coulson. Just a quick one. The 70 million, you spent 14% of it, which is 10. And I asked you earlier, what happened to the 60 million? Did it go back to Treasury, or did it go back to crime? Or was it as per DDG? Was it then reprioritized? Just a quick one, Mr. Span.
This is by the CEO. Chair, the expenditure by the end of March was 15 million, so it was a improvement. And these are accumulative projects. I'm saying these are projects that started from time ago. What you saw there were annual allocations, annual budgets. So in that year, they did not appoint contractors to conclude the project, especially the things. So I've seen their report, there are timelines which we submit in terms of when to conclude the project. So there are the funds available. No fund was surrendered.
Thank you very much.
Only the project.
DG, let me start by appreciating your attitude to this process. An attitude of commitment, an attitude of humility, an attitude of collaboration that says we all have a common goal, which is to ensure that we protect and we promote human rights for the end users, which your various clients are taking care of. So the first one is to just appreciate and to thank you for your attitude. Secondly, I must also similarly thank our colleagues at the Department of Correctional Services, the Sahrc Commissioner, as well as JICS, for their commitment to being present today and to engaging with us so effectively. It is correct that this is not the end of our engagements. And I must thank the provincial manager and her team for the monitoring work that they have done, but also for the wisdom in calling this engagement. Critically, DG, is the concern that was raised by the PM, the provincial manager, that says that in terms of the subpoena notice, there were various requests made of yourself. About a month ago, we signed the subpoena notice a month ago to say we are inviting you, we are calling you to a subpoena hearing, and this is what we expect. Your response was that one, you did not have sufficient time, but secondly, you were let down by your officials. We appreciate that you've taken responsibility and accountability for that. But it's important for us to receive that time-bound plan. Very, very important. So what we are going to do, PM, is we are going to write again to the DG, re-emphasizing the outstanding submissions, but also adding some of the questions that have come out of today's session. And we are going to allocate a time at which you must respond. If we are unable to meet that time, we are going to have to again call another subpoena hearing at the cost of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Because this has been at our cost, the next one must be at your cost. To make it fair, I want to give you quickly, DG, if the mic is still there. Please advise us, what time frame do you propose for submission of the documents that are outstanding? Just a very quick one.
Yeah, because we are busy with budgets now, I think let's keep it end of the month, 31st of July.
31st of July.
It could be before.
Provincial manager? The provincial manager accepts that. So
Thank you very much.
we have your commitment that is going to be at the end of the month. We will, as soon as we are able to re-emphasize the outstanding matters in writing so that you are able to follow what it is that we are expecting of you. With that, then DG and colleagues, I'd like to thank you all for your time. As I've indicated, this is a pause of our engagements and not the end. And once again, thank you so much, PM and your team for coordinating this subpoena hearing. Apologies, please. The PM is reminding me, rightfully so. DG, are you able to prioritize? We have a serious threat at Rockton.
Yeah, I've just committed while we were talking to each other. I spotted.
Oh, okay.
I'm dealing with it now.
Thank you so much.
I haven't called the provincial to call them. They will raise it higher now. I understand that.
Thank you very much. So we will take your word for it.
Yeah.
And colleagues, you will then also inform us once that matter is resolved, so that we all keep each other abreast of our commitments. With that, colleagues, the time is now 7 minutes after 4. The subpoena hearing is adjourned until next time. Thank you so much.
Yes, we have a tradition. Only photo. Please don't go.
That's like big.